Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, June the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading. You must have that on speed. Yes, William, you must have that already ready to go and just hit submit. Anyway, guys, yeah, just looking for confirmation. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing. That'll help me. Yeah, right. You're not that fast a typer. I know you're not. Thank you, Torty. All right, guys. So just as I was getting set to open the room, yeah, look at Lyft. So this is a not an earnings play exactly, but I guess they're seeding investors saying, you know what, we're going to have a pretty good quarter. I guess they don't actually. I mean, they've already had earnings on May the 7th, so this is but providing 2027 second quarter outlook, etc. Uber is also lifting with Lyft. I actually think Lyft is a better name than Uber when you think about it. I know what Uber means, but do you need a lift? But of course, lagging horribly behind Uber. But anyway, there is Lyft, and here's Uber now, basically moving with Lyft. So the other thing now, guys, I have to tell you, I am going to be really concentrating on the larger caps today, both on the upside and the downside. I showed you a couple of the races that I'm running now. I'll still be looking at these crazy ones, the high flyers, but I'm really going to start concentrating more on the larger caps for the next little while, anyway. Anyway, here's VRAX up 143% on no news that I can find. FRGT up 74% on. All right, so they say they've added 26 new customers and 149 new carriers in 2024. So that is the news for FRGT. SMAR is an earnings play, guys. Yeah, actually, it's still up 12%. SMAR is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. SMAR earnings play, holding the gains, released earnings after hours. You can see the mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That is a reaction to earnings and still holding. Just to talk about the overall market, flat right now. We're not doing anything. SPY is basically where it closed yesterday. Of course, we're at all-time highs. This is a strange one right now, guys. The CIEN. CIEN is an earnings play. Look at the reaction so far. So released earnings up to 53. I don't know if I can believe that bottoming tail, but I certainly saw this red candle forming. So the drop and now the pop again. So the revenue declines and networking platform segment performance, but the overall decline was less dire than Wall Street predicted. So I guess that's why we've got sort of the mixed bag of emotions right now for CIEN. CXM, I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, CXM, wow, down big on earnings, guys, 24% down on earnings. Sprinkler Incorporated. So this is down on earnings. This is not quite an all-time low. And that is CXM. And I mentioned CGC earlier today. Did a financing. Just checking out these cannabis plays. I mean, again, until it's done, it's not done. You know what we're talking about? Talking about legalization in your country completely. A lot of people. And remember this day? It was all done, right? $15 cut in half now again. But they did a financing, $250 million financing. That is CGC. William was mentioning Five. Five is an earnings play. So that, yeah, that's down big, 19%, 20%. Not a big float though. 54 million in the float, $100 stock. That is a pretty low float for a $100 stock. You'll see. Well, I can give it to you right now, Captain, but you'll see in my home once I get rid of this layout, you're going to see the two that I've got. There are two races. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking, trying to see if there's anything else that I missed. This LPA. I mean, this is a wild one, of course. Believe it or not, if you didn't see this, it got up to $500 plus a couple of days, 3 days, 4 days ago. Yeah, I'm back to using races again. You'll see. I guess maybe you didn't. I had two races going like yesterday. Maybe you didn't see my screen yesterday. Big as an earnings play. This is a real cheap one though. Big as an earnings play. BIG. Big lots. Wow. All time low, guys. All time low now. Big. BIG. Exactly, Captain. Exactly. That's what I was finding. The reason I'm looking at it, talking to Captain in our main room, is that a couple of days ago saw this move for NEOG, and this was on my large cap race. Now they're not all looking like this, but I saw a lot yesterday that looked a lot. I mean, this was pretty. I don't want to say unique, but this was probably the most dramatic of them all. And I said, well, how about just taking a look at some of these large cappers and see, because they don't fluctuate. They're just not as volatile, of course. Exactly, slow and steady as these. I mean, these are awesome. The VRAXs you can get in at the right time, 142%, of course. But these are a lot less damaging to the psyche. How's that? Because I mean, they're just seeming a lot more smooth. Again, I'm not saying they're all going to look like this, but I saw enough of them yesterday to say, well, got to start to try to pick some of them off. And also on the downside. Anyway, you'll see I am sharing them all. No, Luis, the races, I run 4 minute races. Okay. I mean, I don't know why I picked 4 minutes a long time ago, but anyway, I run 4 minute races. So it's like any other race that you can think of. The race starts, and whoever is like leading in the race, you'll see at the top of the leaderboard. Okay. It's got nothing to do how much the stock was up for the day, or it's how much did the stock move since the beginning of the race. And I run 4 minute races. So once the race is over, there's a winner, and then another race starts, and then there's another winner, etc., all day long. And a top 10 list is built from that. Okay. So it's got zero to do with how much a stock was up or down for the day from the close or the open. I don't start my races until 9:30 Eastern time. So that's why they're not. I could have a race right here, but I don't. I choose not to. All the races start from a top list window, but my races start at 9:30, and you'll see. MNST. So this is not an earnings play. MNST is not an earnings play exactly, but again, one of these companies releasing preliminary results of a tender offer. Okay. We don't have earnings until August. So, yep, you could take, yeah, I mean, this is how you do it. You can take, well, any top list. This is a top list. If I break this out, all right. This is now I want to get rid of this apple and the just give me a moment. So you'll see what happens. Now the race is 4 minutes, but it takes about 30 seconds to warm up. And the fonts will get bigger. Oop, I must have stopped it. There we go. Now the fonts are bigger. So now you can run a race. Yeah, pre-market race. I'll just put this off screen. At this point, all I really care about is just seeing the ones that are up the most or down the most in the pre-market. Not so much, who's winning a race, but there's no reason why you can't do that. Yeah, it's totally adjustable. If you want, you go to my homepage and check. I'll just give you my homepage link. So click on my homepage link and go to the education section. Scroll down until you see the education section right here. Click here, education, and then click on the user guide. Oops. And then click on stock races, and it'll explain, the whole idea of it, how you start it, and of course, yeah, you can change your time period to whatever you want, really. But you will see, if you weren't in the room yesterday, or maybe you weren't watching my screen, you'll see I've got a couple of races going. I don't really have a favorite. I like the 10-day daily. You'll see if you go to my homepage, you'll see I'm sharing some scans. I like the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, but I'm also, looking at these races now. Also, you'll see once this market starts, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I got to give me about 15 minutes or so. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're in for a flat open. Okay, so these are, look at UNG again. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 85% in green, that means 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close, okay? That's what these numbers refer to. So again, we're in for kind of a flat open. And again, when you see communications, 73% are down, it doesn't mean that all the stocks and communications are tanking. Okay, I have to say this every day because people I don't think quite understand what these numbers mean. It just means that they're, again, 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So to be in green, a stock All it has to be is up like 0.0001% from yesterday's close. Okay, it doesn't mean that every single stock, all the stocks are soaring higher. But what I do like to find is maybe an outlier. So in materials, as an example, 76% are down from yesterday's close. There's SEE for whatever reason, not very much volume. I know I keep saying this. I'm going to have to put volume limits on this. I'll do that. I'm going to have to remind myself to do this on the weekend because there's no point in seeing an outlier when it only trading 300 share. This is not that bad though. 3,000. Some of the outliers I've seen though, one share is up 5%. Obviously, it doesn't matter. Here's eBay, guys. I don't know. Is eBay an earnings play? No, not an earnings play. For whatever reason, it has popped up a little bit. So anyway, nothing really to see here. Energy again, 90%. Stocks making up that ETF are up from yesterday's close. Vanda. Okay, I didn't mention Vanda, VNDA, Vanda, VNDA. Yeah, so up 29%. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Rises, yes, as Cycle Pharmaceuticals enters into a bidding war. Okay. Okay. Announces an all cash. Okay, so this is kind of, sort of a buyout potential. Vanda doesn't have to accept it, of course, but there it is at $8. But before you go rushing in and just taking everything you own into this because it's at 650 right now and it's going to go to 8, don't do it. Okay. A lot can happen. It may not happen at all. And I'll be watching GME again today. Definitely was very frisky yesterday. The high yesterday, it did get above that in the pre-market. The high yesterday is 31.84. So I have an alert set just over 32 to see if I can take it, take it out. And of course, it's all about looking left. And of course, what happened on Monday, getting up to 40.62. AMC has definitely lagged this one though. AMC, and I see what they also. This was yesterday. I guess they voted. I think they were trying to give themselves raises. And I think it got voted down. Something I think I read it again. I'm just looking at snippets of headlines. I think the shareholders voted down raises, something like that. I think that caused the stock to pop yesterday a bit, or maybe it was 2 days ago. Anyway, AMC is kind of boring compared to GME. Cava. Take a look at Cava. This showed up on I think it was gapping down. I didn't see any news on it. Okay, here we go. Now I'm seeing the news. Groups after SEC filing indicates a large institutional holder may sell shares. Okay. Oh, thank you, Cass. I didn't see that one yesterday. So this is still weakening. After Arterial International filed a notice with the SEC regarding an order to sell. So it's not this. So this doesn't look like a may. This looks like this is a done deal. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. And I didn't see any news on VRAX, X-Fall guy. I didn't see any. I couldn't find. I just, scouring my Interactive Brokers headlines. I do not see any news for VRAX. I'm hearing Hood, Hood, guys. This is on my text to voice. I'm hearing Hood, Hood. Just give me a moment. I've got a problem with my news. Just give me a moment. All right, so VRAX. So somebody's saying that VRAX is something to do with bird flu or something. Okay. I didn't. I do not see that. I'm just looking at my headlines. How is G Wave looking? Not good. I mean, it's not doing anything. Okay. I mean, there's no volume yet. Well, I shouldn't say that. Actually, okay. Now, I don't know if that is got to be if that's correct. 105,000 in the float. I'd have to check another site. But right now, I mean, there's nothing to see. Right. I mean, it's at an all-time low. So depends what you're thinking could happen. But it's an all-time low right now. And in our YouTube room, what are the chances that LP? Well, LPA is running right now. It's up 100%. But understand, I mean, this is an insanely stupid one, right? Okay. I mean, first of all, the spreads are usually very crazy. $2, $3, $4 sometimes. I cannot make any recommendation on this one. I mean, stock gets up to $500 plus on absolutely no news. It's just a trading vehicle, call it that. Okay. I mean, it could pop, could drop, and it's doing it. It's all well. Actually, the volume today actually looks a lot better, but it's doing it sometimes on just no volume at all. I mean, the day I got up to 500, $500. I mean, the volume was 96,000 shares. I mean, that's crazy, right? So my only recommendation, you take this, you've got to go real small with a wide stop. All right, guys. Now I will get my layout. Excuse me, my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Hey, give me a moment. Just want to adjust a couple of things on my other monitors. Okay, so now I'm ready for the open. These two races will start at 9:30. You're going to see what I'm talking about. I also have what you can't see is the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, so I've renamed all this so that it maybe makes a little more sense. And this will look really weird at the beginning. Okay, you're probably only going to see one or two stocks, huge fonts, because there's not going to be a lot of stocks that meet the filter requirements right off the bat. But probably give it about 5 minutes, and then you're going to see a list of stocks. And if you're looking for a super cheap one, here is the INHD. I didn't mention it. It's up 22%, under a dollar. So what is NVAX all about? Is that I noticed the list that you had there regarding bird flu. I didn't see NVAX there, so I guess it's not technically. It is just COVID. Okay. Okay. Little action on the SPY before we open. A little bit of a pop here. So basically flat. SPY's up just a little bit from yesterday's close. What a run we have had in all the markets, really. Well, not yeah, everything. What did they say? Nvidia up 700% since the start of 2003. 700%. All right. Thank you, William. Yeah. So the market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we got about 20 seconds. And as I say, I'll be concentrating on the large cap gainers a lot than I ever used to. All right, we're now open. Yeah, so this is what I mean, guys. You see this huge font. That's because there's only 3 stocks so far meeting the filter requirements, okay? So we already have we already have a couple of halts. AONC halted on the way down, I guess. No, no, I don't know what happened here. I mean, it popped up, right down here, but what I'm seeing, potential I mean, there's no way it's gonna open at 12, but when this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, there's your halt price for AONC. You can't see the symbol, but that's what it is. Right-hand column is giving you an idea about where it could open, okay? I really doubt it's gonna open at 6:30, but you see how this number changes. CVAC, guys, CVAC is on the move here. Okay, so there's GME now. GME is at the high of yesterday. So GME at the high of yesterday and exploding over that high of yesterday. High in the pre-market, almost 33. It is early, but that is what's happening with GME. And so what you're going to see with these races is that there will be a top 10 list created over the course of the day. The top 10 is made up of the stocks that have won the most races. Yeah, yeah, I didn't see SMTC to be honest in the pre-market. Not sure why. Maybe it didn't have enough volume or something. But yeah, SMTC is an earnings play. So when you look at Lyft on a weekly or even the daily chart, looking left, the next highs are looks like 1733. 1733. What did it get you in the pre-market? Got up to 1734. So that stalled it, and that little high right there. It's 17. Where is it? Right here. Looks like that's May the 17th. Sorry, May the 16th. 1732 was the high. That's what it got to in the pre-market. Okay, and then it stalled. Okay, so you see the winner of the first race, okay, in the large caps was LFT, LOIFT. And here's this Novavax. I mean, Novavax was on a huge run yesterday. Now, why you're wondering, well, why is it winning a race at the beginning? It's because it had this pop from here and it moved up. I mean, again, nothing. You don't have to. Here's GME. Just want to take a look at GME. This will look a lot better once give another 5 minutes or so in terms of the font sizes. Well, look what's happening with NVIDIA. So this is a, 2 times long, NVIDIA ETF, specially designed just for NVIDIA. If you don't want to trade NVIDIA, the stock, NVDA, you can take a look at this one, and this will give you 2 times. So it's up 4.76%. So if I looked at NVIDIA, it would be up probably 2.35%, approximately 2.4%, okay? Okay, Captain. Which screen are you talking about? The what I'm displaying or trade ideas? So I asked 2 questions, unfortunately. So when you answer yes, I don't know which you're answering to. Trading room. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, sometimes it happens. I don't know why, but sometimes it does happen. All right, guys. Well, this was a big mover in the pre-market, FRGT. It had a big pullback. I got up to 136 and it pulled back down to 95 cents. And it's now over a dollar again, FRGT. Boy, ZIM is on the move down, guys. This is one that actually I saw. Okay, this is not on my homepage. Okay, this is the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Not on my homepage. I can share it though if anybody is interested. All right, right here it is. So that link I just put in is the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, that's what that link is. See, PayPal's on the run here, guys. PayPal, PYPL. Look at this. PayPal's on the run for some reason. I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this one. We're at the Bank of America Global Technology Tech Conference. It was yesterday, I guess. But anyway, there's PayPal on the run, PYPL. Real's been talking about CART. pretty choppy so far, but he's been talking about cart by rail, by the way. Um, so looks like there's some resistance up in the about $1 from here, but it's been a little bit choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails. Maple Bear. So that's what Real was talking about, approving a $500 million share repurchase program. Okay. All right, guys. SMAR looks really interesting here. A bottoming tail through the 200-day moving average. Earnings play, of course. It's got room. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Anyway, okay. The next high is almost $48. Okay. Okay. Well, you can change it, JM. You can absolutely change it if you want. I think the reason I did that is that I want to see positive stocks in them. Okay, positive. So stocks that are up for the day, which of course, if they're up from the open, doesn't necessarily mean they're up for the day. But you can change it. You want it based on change from the open, you can do it. Now, guys, keep an eye on SYTA. SYTA. This is one from yesterday. It's still down for the day, but it's trying to have a little pop here. Okay, what's the volume like? Volume is not bad, 390,000, 3.6 million in the float. Had some news yesterday, but it's sold off. You can see how it's sold off. But trying to have a little bit of a pop now, SYTA. Mr. Tank, good morning. So far it's some pretty choppy action on some of the ones I'm watching. So Lyft is still looking pretty, well, I don't know. I mean, again, I look at this high looking left, 17, what was it, 1732, and that just may keep blocking it for a while anyway. There's a Bitcoin play, of course. Bitcoin is still up, 71,000 plus. All right, let's take a look at Hood now. We're almost 15 minutes in. So they're going to buy a Bitstamp in a $200 million deal. We saw that in the pre-market. So I guess Hood in theory could move with crypto. Hmm. And this is on this large capper, isn't it? BTSG all-time high. Yeah, it is an all-time high. You're right. Yeah, this SMTC has been all over the place. Earnings play all over the place right now. Right up to 40, 47. Wow. Back down to 42. All right, guys. GME on the move. GME on the move. Market high now. Still looking at that 40 level. I think that's what traders will be drawn to. All right, guys. ZIM is continuing down. Now, ZIM, 1939 is the next low looking left. So it's got about $1 to that low. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but all right, guys. GME on the move. GME on the move. This NVAX could get interesting. Okay, I mean it's trying to come back and had a big nice bottoming tail there. Another one here. I would be keeping an eye on NVAX, NVAX to see if it holds this 22. All right, guys, what's the market doing? So the Dow's up, Nas is down a bit. Dow's up, SPY's basically flat. So really nothing, not much happening with the, and that's probably why Nas is down with Nvidia being down. Yeah, look at that. So here's NVDL. Okay, Lyft is looking, I mean, again, if it takes out that 1720 or 30, what is it, 33? The next high is 1770. So, but you can see exactly where it stalled in the pre-market was at that high right here. Sorry, right here, May the 16th, 1732. All right, guys, it is starting to move. Lyft is starting to move. It's challenging that 1732. All right. Well, CN has been all over the place. I mean, this is a real tough one. Look at this. I mean, I talked about this in the pre-market. Earnings play had the lift, drop, opening candle, nine. Oh, sorry, that's the 831. Big move up, drop, up, drop. Okay, guys, SMAR looks pretty good here. 45, over 45 now. Earnings play through that 200-day moving average. Okay, now Ride, of course, Ride. Wow, look at Ride. Holy smokes. Look at Ride here, guys. I didn't even see this one. Of course, this is out of Singapore, right? Yeah, so this is out of Singapore, and this is well, obviously ride sharing. Smart guys, SMAR on the move here. SMAR on the move. So just a quick look at the market right now. So there's the sky, there's the red candle, probably a lot of Nvidia right here. Check to see what sort of economic indicators are out today. So nothing. I mean, we had the initial jobless claims at 8:30. That didn't really affect too much, really. Nothing after. Not that I can see anyway. SMAR, guys. SMAR. The longer this holds over 45, the better, of course, for SMAR. Won two races so far. This is in the large caps. Just watching this smart, guys. I hope I just, I'm in it. Okay, I'm in it. I'm just hoping it has another road lift up at 45. If not, I'll take off. But okay, I took off these smart guys. A small loss. I want to see if it gets back over 45 again. I did have a decent little gain on it, but I was looking for a lot more. So I'm going to stick my alert over 40, around 45 again, and see if it takes it out. Ah, Chewy. Remember Chewy from a couple of days ago? Well, yeah, a couple of days ago. Well, a few days ago, May the 29th, had earnings. Great earnings reaction to Chewy or for Chewy. And Chewy, CHWY. I don't want. I can't chase it now. I mean, I would hope that it would maybe just sort of settle down a bit. But this looks really could be a bit of a runner for the day. You can see what happened when it had earnings. Basically, the closing of the high was a runner all day long. All right, guys. Well, no, listen, NVAX is now really starting to sink here. It's actually gone negative. Oh man, NVAX guys showing up on the large cap losers now. Okay, large cap losers. Updated the other day. I see the red and green lines on the bottom. What about the orange lines? What are you talking about, Peter? I don't know what you were talking about. Are you talking about the clouds? These little cloud formations? I'm talking to Peter in our YouTube room. Oh man, guys, NVAX. Look at this go down now. I'm loving it. Look at this. Okay, the 15-minute chart for FRGT. Okay, let's see if I can. Yeah, so I don't have any orange lines, so I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at, Peter. I don't have orange lines on mine, so I can't help. I don't know. I have a 15-minute chart for FRGT. I don't have orange lines. Could be a setting in this FX, but I don't know. It's so new right now. All this. I think I do know what you're talking about. Sometimes I see and I think that's just a more of a trend. Let's see if I can find one that's moving down. No, no. So I don't know, Peter. I can't duplicate what you're looking at. Wow. So look at this market here, guys. So there is now that's probably all NVIDIA right here. Most of it will be NVIDIA right here. Okay. Somebody mentioned Stitch Fix, SFIX, SFIX. My, it's an earnings play. That was a couple days ago or yesterday. Yeah. I mean, it's maybe if it takes out yesterday's high, it might get going again. So right now, guys, I'm concentrating on the ones that are moving down. Not obviously, but I mean, when the market's doing this, I'm going to be taking more of a look at the large cap gainers moving down. Or sorry, the large cap losers moving down. All right, just taking a look at our AI. This is not a bad one from our AI. 663 was the alert, got up to 7, probably getting into some resistance right around here. Okay. Hey, welcome, Lion Ben from Texas. Welcome to the room. Other one that's been moving down is was anyway Victoria's Secret, VSCO, having a bit of a bounce now. FRGT on halt. Okay. So FRGT, this is so it did have some news this morning. Very choppy action in the pre-market, got up to 136, back down to 96 cents through the dollar mark again. So this is the halts resumes from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Can't see the symbol, but it is FRGT, halted at 156. This column here, in theory, can kind of give a bit of a prediction of where it may open. Really nothing. You can't, I refuse to believe it's just going to open at 156. It could. And of course, 5-minute halts typically. So if that's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:06 plus 36 plus 30 seconds. Okay, so if you're in it, usually the first halt, if that's the first halt, yeah, usually the first halt is pretty good. I see this LPA has been halting, resuming all over the place. Now all I can do is go by what I'm seeing in Interactive Brokers, the 156 right here. So this is pretty jumbled here. I'm not sure why. You guys were talking about BNRG earlier, but again, I mean, it's hard to. I mean, these are wonderful when you get on the right side, but they can be very tough to trade. I mean, look at this BNRG. It's up to 172, goes all the way back down to 122. That's a massive percentage move down, trying to come back. Probably a low float. Yeah, 2 million in the float. 453 times normal volume up to this time of day. All right, let's see what happened. It resumed. Yeah, well, actually, it resumed right around that level, so maybe that level was correct. Okay, so there's FRGT trying to move here a little bit. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, can't see the symbol, but it is the FRGT. Not really moving that much off that halt price. Halt price was 157, so it's really not really moving that much off it. Now, what sort of room does it have? The next high looking left on a weekly chart anyway is 173. Now, if you can get through all of that, then the next high is 269. Okay, on a weekly chart. So that could be. I mean, if it, but it's it's got some work to get through those highs right there on the weekly chart. So Chewy for me doesn't have enough room. I mean, I'm looking left on the on the weekly chart, and I see 2354 is the next high. So for me, it just doesn't have enough room. It looks, it did have a little bit of a pullback and resumption, but this high over here, which is only 20 cents away, could stall it. So for me, it doesn't have enough room to move before it potentially hits some resistance. So I'm not seeing a lot of tremendous trends in the ones that I'm looking at. Trending meaning, just moving solidly in the direction I want it to. Okay. They don't have to be giant red candles on the way down or giant green candles on the way up, but just something sort of, and the ones I'm looking at. I'm not saying there's obviously there are some out there, but not hitting my scans anyway. Like Witness SMTC. I thought this might have been a pretty good looking long at the beginning earnings play, but pops up to 46 and right back down to 41. Now trying to move a little higher. So for me anyway, hard to judge. All right, well, we're getting Coursera, COUR on the move here, guys. Some volume coming in. Let's see if there's any news on this one. It's not an earnings play, so it's doing something all by itself. The next high looking left is 773. So a little bit of room. So GME is showing up in both of these now, the biggest gainers from the start of the race in the large cap and also in this one. But even GME, it had a big topping tail up here, $34. It was right back down to 31 and change. So NVAX now is actually turning around again. I wonder if it's gone positive. Not quite, but it is trying to turn around again. There's like a wonderful short down here, but I haven't even checked to see how many shorts there are for GME. Yeah, wow. This is the biggest I've seen. 2.8 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers for GME. Seeing a lot of stocks that look like this, guys. I mean, I'm looking at these large cap losers from the start of the race, and I'm seeing a lot of stocks that look like this. Big giant red candles, and then a pull up. Same thing. I mean, down, big bottoming tails. So there's a lot of these look like they're just kind of following the. And this is what I don't like. I don't want them to follow, the market that closely, because then you're. I'd rather them be trading more or less on their own, not caring that much about what the market's doing. So you can see that with LYFT lift, see it's right here. You can see that it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, what did it get to? It got right almost to the penny of that high, which is 1734, and the high over here is 1732, and that's right where it stalled. Oh man, I mean, there's just so much for me anyway. So much choppy action. Look at this SXTC. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Boy, this NVAX though, this NVAX looks like it could go positive now. Still has another 50 cents or so to go. Well, guys, that's why you have a stop. I mean, I had a little bit of a gain in the SMAR at the beginning. I was in just over 45, got up to 45.34, looking for a lot more. Started to drop, probably with the market. Got out for a very small loss, and I held on though, and been stubborn. It would have been a lot bigger of a loss. Wow, AONC. So this one, whew, so this had a resumed at 268, and then it got halted at 452. Missed out on this one. Okay, guys, run looks weak now. Run looks weak. Takes out that low there, 1438. It's got room on the daily. 1367 is the next low. So there's a dollar to that next low. Just took out that low here, guys. Run, RUN, showing up on the biggest biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. We're treating a lot of these as kind of little scalp trades, okay? Because I mean, I think a lot of them are just kind of moving with the market. Well, this one has been moving, guys. The CLEU. This was saw this one yesterday. Didn't I don't think I know I didn't trade it. CLEU. This is out of China. 3 million in the float. Yeah, the VRNT is the one that I did not hold on to it, and I should have. I mean, this was again one of the large. Now this is this was an earnings play, so really didn't care what the market was doing, and this was just a wonderful wonderful move off earnings, and that showed up in the large. It showed up on this one right here, the large cap biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race. This has been a nice one from our AI guys, our EPL. Now, I think I thought maybe the seven might stall it. 725 looks like the next high. Looking left, and this is low float. Actually, it's not a low float. 45 million in the float. It's not low, not crazy high, but not low. So they did have some news at 9 o'clock, or well, it probably was earlier. I'm just looking now. Yeah, 7 o'clock Eastern time. Positive top line primary analysis data. So they did have some news. I should have paid a lot more attention to this. You have our AI. That's right, up 7.3% now. Yeah, short float is 19%. So you're right, Z. They've got a high short float percent. So, I know traders are looking at this now, not just for REPL, but trying to find some of these ones that have high short float percents. Yeah, you mentioned MNDR. I mean, I see what you're looking at. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it hit 1217. Um, what's the float like? 15.8 million in the floats, Singapore stock. Okay, let's take a look at DAC is FRGT. Okay, good luck. I mean, Victoria's Secret has been weak, 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 but it's just chopping around. The SPY is, this is a awful looking right now. I mean, it's just we need a solid direction right now. Not awful, but I mean that big red bar trying to recover again. Because what's happening is I think it's affecting a lot of these the large cap gainers and the large cap losers. It's affecting it unless it has earnings or some specific news for it. A lot of these the large cappers they're just going to follow the market. Boy, anybody short lift that was stalling at that high here. All right, ZIM looks right. Okay, ZIM looks pretty ripe to me for a short, guys. As long as it doesn't get back over 20, has room to 1941. Well, it's funny. I don't see cores, but I see core. I see the other way to trade it, which like some kind of I don't know what I don't know what it is. A warrant. And that's what's showing up. But let's take a look at cores. Yeah, I can't remember what happened here a couple of days ago. I know obviously it had some news, I guess, to have that pop. I can't really remember what it was. Let's see if I can see. So that was on the June the 3rd. Yeah, I just can't see what the news was. Come on, ZIM. So far, this is running a little bit counter to the market. Okay, ZIM. So, well, warrants are, they don't drive this stock down. They don't drive the stock up. They're like, I've never traded a warrant, but it's like, sort of options to a certain extent, I guess. William probably knows a lot better than I do. All right, ZIM. Make a bigger move for me. So you see in this large cap losers, okay, ZIM has won 5 races. That's why I'm very interested in it. Just looking for a slightly bigger move, and then I'll probably cover. I mean, there's the low I'm looking at, 1941. Not not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next low looking left for ZIM. Thank you, William, regarding warrants and options, etc. All right, guys, it's wow, 10:30 already. It's been a fast morning, and I'm having look at a lot of different things, trying to figure out something that has a decent trend. So let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. Okay, so sorry, I'm just putting my homepage link in. Oops. Okay, sorry guys, I'm a little distracted right now. I'm watching the ZIM. Um, so if you click on my homepage link, I'm sorry, Bazavi, what do you mean? Is the second halt longer than the first one? Are you talking about FRGT? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? I have no idea. I mean, it's halted at 10:28 that I can see. I'm not sure. Okay, guys. So I am now, guys. I don't know how good a trade it's going to be. The ZIM. I'm carving out a little bit. I'm wanting a lot more, so I'm trying to hold on, hang on to it. Anyway, checking my homepage link. This is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use. Barry. Okay, I'm out of the ZIM, guys. Just made a little. I mean, a little disappointed. I was hoping we would get closer into the 1960s, but okay. Um, you want to take the subscription right now? Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, 15% off the first year only or the entire year. Rephrase that, the first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, please use the code. If you use the code, the room gets credit. Why is it important? This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is by People taking out subscriptions using my code. The room gets credit, and that'll keep the room free. That simple. Get started. Must do that if you're taking out a subscription. Run 10 short videos. Your first download and install, first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, 10 short videos covering most of the major aspects of trade ideas. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, this is a series of videos that you can take a look at, all free. Talk of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. User guide, I think, is an excellent user guide, segmented nicely. There's the getting started. Want more information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the races. I'm running a couple of races that you can see. Gives you information about races are all about, how you can create your own race. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Want to create a watch list of symbols you want to follow? Here's how you can do it. So again, lots of information in our user guide. You do not have to learn everything, just like any other user guide. Here's the getting started again. So daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that, though, before I do take my break. And Steve is way more of a swing trader than I am. And he's also the originator of the trades of the week every week. So last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here are my scans. So here are the two races that you can see, okay? Now, I've renamed them, okay? So biggest gainers from the start of the race percent, okay? This is the same, and this is the large cap version of it, okay? So these are the two races that I am sharing. I also have a race on one of my other monitors. I can give you this. It's not here, but I can if you want. These are the large cap losers versus the large cap gainers, okay? I am sharing other scans, of course. The relative strength leaders is here. And the very active ultra zooms is right here. But I am sharing other scans that you can take a look at. Yeah, I'm seeing for the things that I'm looking at, I'm seeing a lot of choppy action. So I'm seeing like a solid trending play, and I know they're out there. Somebody's going to say, "What about this one?" I'm sure they're out there. All I can do is look at the alerts that I'm getting from my particular scan. All right, guys. So again, if you're new to Trade Ideas or you don't have the program, but you're interested in learning a little bit about it, this is what we're all about. Okay. We are a real-time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to do the same thing. I don't believe they do, but we definitely are a real-time alert scanner. So take a look at this alert window that I created. If I right click on it and then click on configure, and then click on the summary, this is going to show you exactly what this scan is looking for. So in this particular case, this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. This is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is 3, excuse me, a very powerful filter that we've got. This is time of day sensitive. So the volume has to be at least three times normal up to this time of day, say 10:30 Eastern time. It looks back to see what the average volume was at 10:30. So for me to see a stock, it has to be in this particular scan. It has to be at least three times that. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these values are met, all these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see the last one was at REPL from our AI, actually. Okay, so these are all real-time alerts. So it's been 30 seconds since that alert. So since that time, no other stock has met all these filter values and made a new high for the day. Again, these are all real-time alerts. And I held this there again, just been another new high. Well, 727. Okay, so these are all in real-time alerts. Now, if you want to build your now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber, but of course, you can make a change if you want. If you don't like this price range or something else about it, you can get rid of it, or maybe add a filter that you might like. Some of you might like the an RSI or whatever you want to do. You can adjust it, or you can take it as it is. So what I like to see doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. Click on search this time. So right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top here, the new high and the new low of the day, the two most popular ones that we've got. But as you can see, as I scroll down, there are a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down to get to these icons, these are the screening filter icons, okay? But again, just like the user guide, you do not have to learn everything. If you're looking at this for the first time and thinking, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Go to LFLI, excuse me, LFLY, making new highs. So you don't have to learn them all, guys. I mean, the only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different screeners so that the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. Doesn't mean that the ones I don't use are bad. It just means for my style of trading, that's all I care about. Again, you could have a very different style of trading and you could take advantage of the rest of them, some of the other ones. That's all. Okay. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires my full attention, I'll certainly let you know. But again, this is very choppy action with the SPY guys, the market. So this is why I'm not finding a lot of, especially well in the large cappers, I'm not finding a lot of great, for me anyway, great trend plays. We're just getting a lot of choppy action in the SPY. All right, maybe this will be interesting. This is base, guys, BASE through the 200-day moving average. This is showing up on my on the combo scan, but yeah, it might have some room. 1697. The next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway is 1632. That's certainly far enough away. This is an earnings play, so it is actually an earnings play. Okay, it is an earnings play. Let's see how well it holds under 17. Okay, it's had a pretty bad couple of weeks. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, this was a $28 stock, that back down to 17. Big drop today, 21%. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. All right, so now I see it just popped over. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a price alert. Let's see it take out 17 a little bit stronger if it can. Put a price alert around 1687 and see what happens. If it does trigger down there, at least it has some room to keep running if it wants to until it hits that next high in the weekly chart. That's all I'm looking at. So, on a day like today, even though I was very excited about taking a look at the large cap gainers and losers, I might have to go to these small ones, which are typically not caring that much about what the market's doing. I mean, this one being basically an all-time high. Okay, I mean, there's the all-time high up here for. I'm going to stick an alert for BTSG at that 1221 and see if maybe later on we can take that out and start to run. Maybe it can settle down a bit. Yeah, I mean, arguably Pins has had a pretty decent move, but even it has got these topping tails. So, depends how many shares you take. I mean, if you're taking it here, uh, where are you going to put your stop? It's got up to 41.98. Came back down to 4. I mean, that's not that big a drop, I suppose. All depends on where you're putting your stop, how tight they are, because these topping tails can kind of drive you crazy. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. So yeah, I mean, with the pins, I mean, arguably, obviously, the trend is up. Just have to deal with some of these fluctuations. This is not a huge fluctuation, 30 cents on a $41 stock, so I guess it's not a huge fluctuation. Just not what I like to see, though. Ideally, what we want to see is something like this. I mean, we just may not get it. That's all. Very good. Oh, come on. See, at the beginning, this is a couple of days ago. Oh, this was yesterday. Man, am I wrong? Wait a minute. Well, anyway, yeah, this was it. So you see how once it settled down here, see how nicely it went up on some fairly narrow-bodied green candles. Okay, so not giant ones like that. Because what happens when you get these giant ones is that then you get people think, oh, it must be over. I'm going to try to short this. or people taking profit, but if they get some of these smaller, orderly candles moving higher and higher, it's a lot easier to stay in the trade, in my opinion, anyway. No, it's wonderful. Listen, you get in early and you get a giant candle moving higher. Great. I mean, look at Ride. How do you trade this thing? Like you pick you. I mean, look, if you're good at picking bottoms, great. I mean, it got down to $5 and went right back up to 7.50. But now Macy's looks. Here's a daily chart. So Macy's has some room down to 18 guys. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 1806 or so from 1844. So maybe if we can put a base here just a little bit because this has some room. Okay, when I say room, all I'm doing is I'm just looking left to see if I want to short something, where is that next low looking left? Because that's where there could be some support. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly chart. Now, also there could be some support. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this is a weekly chart. I don't look at the 200 on the weekly, but there it is. I mean, some might. I'll be right back. Now this one is really starting to collapse even more, guys. It's VTYX. Yeah, easy come, easy go. Look at the LFLY way up here, 227, pulls back down to 190. I mean, these are big percentage drops, indicative of a low float, 2 million in the float. All right, let's see if anything showing up in this relative strength leaders from the close. All right, so REPL, let's see, the VWAP is at 682, and that it got a little bit below the VWAP, sort of held, and now maybe it's due for another bounce. Now, what did it get to? It got right up to that high. Amazing, isn't it? 727, 727. You're wondering why I constantly talk about looking left. I mean, it's amazing. I'm not saying this is going to ultimately stop it today, but that's where it stopped. So Triple D had some news yesterday, yeah, Triple D had some news yesterday, guys. Some huge, I think it was Triple D, some big order over 5 years. Isn't this the one? $250 million over 5 years, something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. No, yeah, it was something to do with dentistry. I'm not seeing it here right now, but again, I look left and what do I see? I see 477. To me, that's just too close. Big float too, 129 million. So it's going to take a lot of volume coming in to move it. 8 times normal volume, and our SPY is just doing its thing again. I mean, very choppy, guys, very choppy. Maybe in the afternoon it'll settle down a little bit. Long Lulu, GJ Mix. Okay, let's take a look at Lulu from our YouTube room. Take a look at Lulu. I see what you're looking at. Yeah, okay, a little bit of a bounce happening. It's still up for the day. I guess we've got some price targets from some of these analysts. I see Wedbush has got a $400 price target, upgraded from 397. Oppenheimer 445. BMO is cutting it from 420 to 384, but it's still way above. So there are some analysts up giving their opinions of what Lulu may do. I guess that's helped the stock. Had earnings yesterday. I didn't realize that actually. Actually, I am totally wrong. I'm sorry. The earnings reaction is today. They released earnings after hours yesterday. Sorry. So had a huge move up here after hours. But how choppy is this? I mean, could not hold its gains. What did it get up to? Got up to 352. Comes all the way back down to 314. Look how choppy this Hood has been. Now, I don't know now if Hood is going to turn into a crypto play with their buy now of that company buying Bitstamp, $2 million deal, $200 million deal. Well, Cart, I guess, I mean, after the two bottoming tails, I know Real was talking about this one earlier. I mean, Cart, I guess, after these two bottoming tails, has kind of settled down and making that move higher on that $500 million buyback, share buyback that they've announced. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just trying. How about the CHSN? See what it's doing. Another one. Look, big pop, big drop. Edible. I haven't seen Edible for a while. EDBL. This has been was a super active one for a while. Again, hard to look at this chart though, for me anyway. It's up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. So if I weren't doing this, guys, I'd probably pack this in and look at stuff in the afternoon. I'm just not finding too many trend plays. So here's FBLG, Fibrobiologics. Okay, not a well, 26 million in the float, not a lot of volume. You can see that it doesn't trade very much. 131,000 shares represents 8.6 times normal. So it doesn't trade very much, but it's on the move. What's the spread like? Yeah, for a $8 stock, not great, 12 cents. Well, then this just got halted. Holy smokes. So this just got halted. Sorry. Just got halted. FBLG just got halted. He showed up on my momentum scan, guys. Okay, right there. Just got halted. And this could have a big open. 879. So there's a halt price. 843. Again, time and sales. Blue screen here. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. If you have Interactive Brokers, just do a search on time and sales, and you too can have this little blue window that I look at all day long. Not just for the halts for Zooms, but I mean, it's always giving me my time and sales, the bid ask, etc. So this is the potential open for this FBLG 879. And again, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:06 plus 2 seconds. All right. Well, let's keep an eye on this and see where it opens. I mean, now this is sometimes what I will do on a halts resumes. Okay. So there's the halt price of 843. Now, it doesn't look like it's going to give me what I'm looking for. So sometimes, there's the halt price at 843. If it resumed, say it resumed at 850, 860, and then it dropped down below 843, not a huge amount, maybe gets down to 830, and then it pops through that halt price again. That's sometimes where I will take a trade. Okay. It's risky and all, but I've over the past, couple of years, I've noticed that that seems to be not a bad thing to do. Okay. But it looks like it's going to open way above the halt price, so it's probably not gonna give me what I'm looking for. And I will do this, if I do something like this, it's only on the first halt, and this is the first halt for FBLG. Okay, guys, so I was talking about the REPL and how it kinda held that VWAP, so if you're a VWAP player, it pulled into the VWAP and it popped off it so far. So if you missed the trade the first time in the AI, there was the alert at 663, pulled back into it. This looks like a okay, guys, this is an IPO, okay? This is an IPO, just started trading right now, LIF just started trading. It immediately got halted because I moved too quickly, I guess. So I'm sorry, this resumed. I'm sorry. So this is one of the quirks about our halts resumes. I would say that maybe 90% of the time, if a stock is an IPO, it shows up as a resume. Okay. And so this is, but it is halted. It looks like it is halted now. Maybe not. I'm seeing the halt here, but I don't see I don't know if it's halted. Let me go to another. It is not halted. Okay. It is not halted. So this is an IPO. Was priced at 27 cents 27 cents, $27 a share. So far, not a lot of enthusiasm for it. If there was a lot of enthusiasm, this would be over the IPO price of 27. So far, not a lot of enthusiasm. So what I'm going to do is I'll put a price alert at the high and see if later on it takes it out. So here's the FBLG guy. Wow. So it opened way above that halt price, 843. So now it's come right back down, and also the spread is awful. Now, if it can keep above that high of 890, the next high is 1155. Okay. But you've got to be careful. Really tough spread, guys. Eight four. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, that's actually not as bad as it was. 848, 860. I saw at one point 848, 890. So it's got to settle down. All right. Well, there's the lift now. LIF is at 27. So it's at the IPO price now. Let me reset. Let me put the alert just a little bit above it. All right, let's check the market again. So, now we're starting to get a green bar. Buyers are starting to step in a little bit. Remember that bottoming tail right down here? This candle was red all the way down here. Buyers are stepping in a bit, but again, very choppy action. So looking at GME, maybe if it gets back over 33, these bottoming tails. So maybe it gets back over 33. It gets over 33.47. I mean, you're looking at the two previous 15-minute candles stuck right there. I'll stick an alert around 33.22 just to alert me to the fact if it gets over 33. And then I can start to see, okay, if it can take these two highs out, it could get going again. No, there's Foot Locker. And I mean, Foot Locker's got room. I mean, 25, it's got over a dollar to the next, around a dollar to the next low, looking left. But again, very choppy. No, okay, here we go, guys. Now, this one could be an interesting one. $4 to $5 is priced at, this is an IPO right now, okay, FLYE, and it's probably going to get halted. Yeah, I thought it was going to get halted. Okay, guys, so this is an IPO today, so this could be really interesting. So it was priced at $4. So you can see how, it's at six right now. So there's a lot more enthusiasm about this one. Only 2.25 million shares issued. So a lot more enthusiasm right now compared to the other one, the LIF. The only thing that can make it even more interesting is if it were a China or Singapore stock. This is a US based stock. All right, here's the LIF again over 27, but the spread is not good. 27, 27.45. Well, guys, okay, now the next high looking left, again, I know it's super risky. Wow, look at this thing go. Next high looking left, 1151. This looks like I'm wondering if it's going to get halted again. So right now the volume is 23 times normal, 410,000 shares. All right, guys, take a look at silver here. PAAS. I might have to take this one. Just give me a moment. All right, PAAS breaking out here a little bit. Okay, has a little bit of room to about 2138. Let me see what silver is doing though. Okay, before I yeah, silver is strong. Okay, silver is strong. So this PAAS, which is the silver play, man, and it's breaking out here. I'm just watching to see. I want it to obviously stay over above 21. Well, hold 21 PAAS, big float probably. Yeah, 362 million. So I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it, but nice. It is a nice little break here. Okay, I've got silver. I've got silver thumbnailed, SLV thumbnailed on another chart. One of monitors you cannot see. Yeah, it's US based, Casa. It's US based. All right, now this is what I'm going to do. Later on in the day, if this can take out 615, I would love to see it just hold in this area. And then maybe later on in the day, it pops through that high of the day. Now, if you're in this right now, I mean, well, hopefully you're not because it's, I don't know where you would have got it unless you're playing some kind of a bounce. All right, guys, just got a confirmation. It will be Steve in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. And that's between 12 and 1. What I'll do in the main room, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. It's always a good idea. Listening to the other traders that trade ideas, we all have different styles. And so 5 days of the week, five different traders works out perfectly. Now, guys, I'm in what I call scalp mode, okay, for these. Oh, there's a GME, guys. GME just triggered. Well, triggered. It hit that price. So if you took this one, then the next big level for it to take out is 30, well, big, 33.45, which you can see is the highs of the these two candles, the 1045, the 1015, 1030, and the 1045 candle. So again, I don't consider myself a scalp trader as such, but I'm just looking at these things and just trying to carve some out of these because I just don't trust that the trend is going to continue. G triple I is an earnings play. G triple I is an earnings play. Released earnings pre-market through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, the next low on the daily chart looks too close to me for me. So again, guys, I saw the PAAS right here and the large cap gainers from the start of the race. That's where I saw it. Just give me another couple of pennies and I'll get out. Again, I am watching silver, okay, SLV, any sort of weakness in it, and I'm out of that PAAS. But right now, the SLV is still moving. Yeah, you know what? I've taken some off 2120 for the PAAS. I rarely I rarely trade commodities. Well, gold, silver, the precious metals, oil, things that are really, really tied to their sector. Rarely do I do it. All right, guys. Yeah, silver is still strong here, guys. So last week's high was 29.48. Looking left, the high is 28.86, so it's still got room. A couple of weeks ago, I said I've got to pay more attention to these cheap ones to short, and I just didn't do it. So here we go. VTYX, a potential short opportunity at 410 and 368 now. Well, Blaine, good for you. You're I don't know if you're going to get out of it now. The FLYE worked out very well for you, but ugh, I mean, it is all over the place, pretty jumpy. Well, as long as SLV keeps, I don't want to see any sort of red at all. I don't mind. It pulls back, that's okay, but I don't want to see a red bar in the 15 at all. PWAS is turned out to a nice little trade from 2305. Sorry, 2105. And there it is, PAAS. Take a look at the Sienna. Now, Sienna, huge area to try to get out of 50, in my opinion. Very psychological, I think, $50. But it has just been all over the place today. Yeah, of course, I'm not holding PJ. This is just intraday trading for me. Actually giving me way more than I thought. Now, right at the top of the list here. Now, this is a different day from yesterday. And obviously, because I mean, the way the market is, because yesterday we saw some huge moves in these large cap gainers, okay? Huge moves, percentage wise. Not seeing, that stocks were leading the race, 0.34%, not a big deal. We saw some though yesterday, 2, 3, 4%, which is, massive for a large cap. All right, guys. GME. Wow, PAAS. All right, guys. GME holding over that those two candles. But listen, I'll take a P. I mean, listen, if I could do this 3 or 4 times a day with a PAAS rather than trying to, play these ones, I'll do it. I mean, yeah, bigger bang for the buck, no question about it. But the PAAS has now turned into just a great trade for me. Now coming into the 200-day moving average, also 20. Well, it's still far enough away, over $1 away. But just keeping an eye on SLV. As long as SLV keeps doing what it's doing, like this, I will, hold on to the portion I have left of the PAAS. Next step, again, I think a lot of these can maybe settle or be better in the afternoon after getting rid of all the froth, in the first in the morning. Some of these can sort of settle down, and we might get a lot better trend action for some of these in the large cap gainers and also in the losers. Guys, keep an eye on HPE. This was an earnings play yesterday, Hewlett Packard. It was pretty choppy, actually. I mean, it got up to 2048 and closed down here. It is now at least above the body of the candle, or at the body of the candle yesterday, and it is moving. It was an earnings play yesterday. I know some of you were talking about NNVC earlier. NNVC, another cheap one, 11 million in the. Oh, good grief! Look at it. Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know when I clicked on it that we'd see this. So here we go, guys. There's the silver, and there's PAAS. These are just some thumbnail charts I have on my other monitor. Man, I'm loving it. You were in at 29 yesterday, right, Shady? I think from GME, something like that. I am loving it. I am loving it. Okay, I just took some off. Okay, why? Again, remember, I'm not holding these things, but there's just that little glimmer here that was red and a little bit of red. So I don't have very much left. I mean, I had a bit of nickel stop on it, so going from 2305 to 2340, 20, sorry, I keep saying 23, 2105 to 2140. That is a great risk reward. Now, I did take some off at 20. Wow, look at it go. I don't have very much left, but meanwhile, FBLG, you want to play these ones. That's a sensational one. 1157 is the next high looking left. But I'm serious, guys. I'll take a PAAS trade. I'll take 3 or 4 of those a day, all day long, like every day. No, I'm not. It can't be. It won't be that easy. I'm not saying it's going to be that easy to do, but so this is okay. So this is a Bitcoin play, guys. A miner, CLSK. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, well, this one showed up early too. I mean, FBLG showed up right here at. I'll know I'll find it sometime, some way. I think it was at 2 something, right? No, 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 that's right. It got halted. Eyes are bad, guys. I can't see where the first alert I had on it was. I think it was at 786 at 11 o'clock. 784. Yeah, 784. Okay, guys, I'm totally out now of the PAAS trade. Totally out. Just watching this little red bar forming. Looks like it's stalling now, so it may keep going higher, but that's fine. I did not get into NNVC, Tank. So, sorry. Sorry to disappoint you. I've actually traded a lot more today than I traded in the last little while, and a lot of it is kind of scalping, though. The GME I've been in and out a few times. The SMAR I took a small loss on, but the NVAX, that was a great short for me early. The run was modest short. The ZIM was pretty good, and now this PAAS. They're all from I believe they're all from, well, except for the GME, they're all from the large cappers. Are they the losers or the gainers? As I said in the pre-market, I wanted to concentrate on these sort of setups rather than the crazy ones. And if you're new to trading, while these are awesome, when they work, they're not so great when they don't. So these are a little less frantic. Well, not a little less, a lot less frantic than you know the smaller cap ones that have hardly anything in the float and move up 112%. FBLG, I don't even know if I have shorts. Yeah, I do have shorts for it. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but yeah, 19,000 at Interactive Brokers, 19,000 shorts at Interactive Brokers. All right, let me see if I can find something on the downside now that the market is doing this. That's all I'm doing right now, just kind of tracking the market and seeing, okay, is there something that might be that Oscar? Look at Oscar right now, guys. Oscar Health. Now, is there room? No. 1885, 1865. To me, there's just not enough room, okay, for it to move down before it hits. Wow, look at I'm out of it. I'm out of it, but wow, look at this PAAS. And I don't care. I've got blinding lights playing in the background for me, definitely pumping me up. All right, guys. What time is it now? Wow, 11:37. This has been a very fast morning for me. Even though I've been a little bit frustrated about not seeing a lot of trends, but it's been keeping me active, keeping track of these races. So Steve will be taking over for me in about 20 minutes in our YouTube room. I mean, this one. I don't know the first time I would have seen this in this large cap. The IREN. My guess it would have been on a 10. Well, it could have been up here even or down here, 981. So this is an energy play. So let's take a look at XLE. I know XLE was, so there's XLE, and so it's moving higher. So if I were in IRN, I'd be watching this XLE. I don't know if this has any news on its own. And of course, I'm completely and utterly wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. This is not an energy play, guys. This is a Bitcoin play. I just looked at what it was called, Iris Energy. So maybe I don't know. Did they change exactly what they were doing? So this is a Bitcoin play. Meanwhile, FBLG keeps making new high. Wow, and it took out that high. Did it really? 11:55. Next one, 12:51. I'm not in this. Okay, I'm not in it. But those of you, I was not concentrating on this one so much. I wanted to take a look at the large caps and the. Is that what it is, Tank? Okay, like CLSK. Okay, started as energy, moving to Bitcoin. So this is the reason. Okay, this is the reason that this is moving. I guess they're trading higher after the company in a form. I don't know what a form RW is. Anybody who knows what that is, disclosed that its registration statement has not been declared effective by the SEC and no securities have been issued and sold. So does that mean they were trying to do a financing or something and now it's been yanked? Okay, thank you, William. So they've yanked the financing, so that's the reason why it had the pop today. Well, did they yank the financing, or did they do it on their own, or did the SEC said no, you can't have it, or you can't do it? That's what I'm not quite sure. I mean, some. Oh, so they did it. Okay, they did it. Okay, yeah, we're wondering why the SEC could have any control over that, but okay. So Iris, that is from Interactive Brokers. The question is, how do I get that black box that I'm watching now? It's Interactive Brokers. Okay. This is my news feed from Interactive Brokers. So if you have Interactive Brokers, you too can have it. Okay, it's just news from Interactive Brokers. All right, how about this one? What is this one doing? UNFI. Ah, this could be interesting. It wasn't too choppy actually. It is an earnings play yesterday. through the 200-day moving average now. It's not caring what the market's doing. You can see the market is moving down. This is not caring so much. So this is kind of trading on its own. Well, E-Trade must have some kind of a some kind of a news feed. William, I mean, what is the new? I'm talking, Iris. I'm talking to William in our YouTube room because I know he has E-Trade. What sort of news feed does E-Trade have? And how would it compare to something like this from Interactive Brokers? Okay, so I'll paraphrase it. It's the same, but not as good, according to William. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Oh, I see. Okay, so that is a major difference. Of course, it'd be too confusing then. Guys, here's another one that might be for those of you. I used to be one of you. I'm trying to maybe change, but anyway, here's another one, guys. AHCO on the move here, and the next high looking left is 1170, so it's got some room. Not a low float, 79 million. Doesn't have to be low, of course, but well, it's right here, Iris. So I just go to my home page. If I've got my homepage link, yeah, just go to my home page. Okay. Question is, how do I flip the losers to like this one? I guess I gave you this, or I passed this out earlier. This is just the flip of it. The large cap gainers, large cap losers, and so this is not on my home page, but the other one is. So you can just go to my home page. Okay, just go to my home page and click on the link and go to my home page and click on the scan section. And right here, large cap gainers from the open. Okay, it's right here, right here. So it's not a matter of sharing. Just go to my home page and it's right here. Okay. Well, I guess I am sharing it. Okay. Okay, Iris. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so I'm assuming you've got it. Okay, good. You got it. Well, I don't think that 844,000 shares is low, personally, but it's up to you. I don't think that I'm not trading. I'm just pointing this out. Okay. All I'm doing right now, guys, I mean, if I get something in the this momentum scan, I'm just clicking on it, showing it. Some of you might like it, some of you may not like it. Okay. But I personally don't think that, something that's trading 827,000 shares is low volume. Personally, I mean, probably by the end of the day, it'll easily do a million plus. So, But, everybody is different. Some people will not want to trade anything under 1,000,000 shares, and that's fine. Do I think from our YouTube room, do I think that the sideway action with FRGT, let's see if I can find FRGT here, okay, indicates a breakdown? Well, I don't see too much sideway action. I mean, maybe here, but I have no, well, there's a green bar ignored sort of forming. So this could be, it's a low float though. Anything can happen, all of it. There's no volume, you see how the volume is just tapered off. So, but if all of a sudden, some volume pours in, it could just easily pop too. So, yeah. So I don't look at 1 minute charts at all. Okay. Yeah. I'm just not, yeah. I mean, I can see that on a 1 minute chart, it would probably look a lot more in consolidation. But I just don't see anything right now. What I would do is I would bracket it. Okay, maybe if it takes out 1125, and but if it gets down, I would bracket it 1125 and 1110, 1110, 125 and 110, and see which way it goes, and then just forget about it. NBIX dropping on no news that you can see. Okay, let's take a look at NBIX, NBIX. So they had a presentation yesterday, but well, it was at 6:30 p.m. I wonder if that had anything to do with it. Oh, that's okay. Greenwich Mean Time. I don't know what that means. What time is that? Pardon my ignorance. But I thought maybe it was 6:30 Pacific or Eastern time. But maybe it had something to do with that. Maybe whatever they presented yesterday or today, whatever time that was, maybe that's got something to do with it. 2:30 a.m. Okay, so that maybe that's it. Whatever they presented, market didn't like. Yeah, Bitcoin's pretty silent today, as well, excuse me, from what I can see, not doing too much, chopping around. This looks like that's the Bitcoin high, right? 4059, 41, sorry. Again, you don't want to trade the coin, you can trade IBIT. It'll be virtually the same. I was told anyway. You guys give me about 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Oops, I'm back, guys. When earnings season starts again, we're going to see a lot more action out of this sort of a screen, probably more better trend plays in the large caps because when a company releases earnings, we're just not seeing a lot of earnings plays here. That's the issue. But when earnings season starts again, the large cap gainers and the large cap losers. I mean, it's active right now, but probably will get better trends. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'm not gone yet, but Steve is going to show up pretty soon into our YouTube room. Okay, there is the announcement, and then I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. And for those of you who don't know Steve, Steve is the originator of the Trades of the Week, and he also is a huge, huge proponent of using the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And he'll probably talk about that at length. I think this is an IPO, isn't it? Yeah, this Gauze is an IPO. So priced at $17 a share. So it's underneath the IPO price, 17. Issued about 4.4 million shares. Okay. Here's your information about it. What did they do? I know what Gauze is. Is it a medical? Interesting, Paz is not quite following silver right now. Starting to stop a bit. I'm out of it completely. Now this one, this CNM. No, I'm not going to take any trades right now. I'm going to be on a break. But CNM, this one had the big down day on earnings a couple of days ago. 47.40 is the next low. So there's about $1 to that next low. Looking left, breaking down, and certainly not getting any market help. Well, I'll tell you guys, the REPL, I mean, again, you could have, if you missed it the first time from the AI, you could have got it the second time on that pullback and done virtually the same. Lyft is getting weaker, guys, and it might be a green bar ignored being formed. LYFT, take a look at it on a 15-minute chart. So there's your downtrend. There's the green bar on the 15. The previous 15-minute candle, totally engulfed by the 11:15 candle, and the low of that candle, the green bar, was 1596. So if it continues down, this could be the classic green bar ignored pattern. A downtrend, a pause in the downtrend continues. Just stick an alert around 1592 and see if it continues down. Still up for the day, but fading badly. Oh, okay, I just heard a little ping. So I think Steve is in our room now, guys, in the YouTube room. So, guys, I'm going to take off now in the main room. We'll see you in about 1 hour. I just heard a little pop, so I think Steve is there. Mr. Gomez, I heard a little pop. I hope you're there.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Well, I can.
Okay.
Let me
Well,
get
for
rid of
those
the
of you who
screen.
don't know, Steve Gomez does work at Trade Ideas. He's taking over for me between 12 and 1. I call him Mr. Jam Down to the Mr. 10 SMA Jam Down. That's my
Yep.
nickname for you now. Okay.
Yep. And
Hopefully
you're Mr. Cloudberry.
Mr. Cloudberry. Well, actually, you know, Steve, I've got my races back up, but it's the large cap ones that I'm really looking at now, as opposed to the crazy.
Probably wise. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Considering
And I got
it's just kind of a large cap movement.
well, and on the upside and the downside, you know, I've got my large cap gainers on the up and large cap gainers on the way down. And take a look. You know, the one I was really successful at today was, and I don't think I've ever traded it before because I don't like trading the precious metals at all. But PAAS.
Okay.
Take a look at that one.
Yeah.
And I saw that one on
the miners
on
took
23.
off. I'm sure Patrick will talk to me about that. I was actually in some silver yesterday, but I didn't like the way it closed. I had 2 days of closing under this 20-day, and I said, yeah, no thanks. But silver's such an overnight monster. It can wake up the next day and just be crazy.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting because I had SLV thumbnailed. So I was watching SLV at the same time as PAAS to make sure that there wasn't any. And yeah, it worked out great.
Hey, that's a great illustration too, because I've done some videos lately, Barry. You know, this is that 130 5-day moving average I use on my 15-minute line. And so often it just becomes a really critical level of interest. And you can see that, you know, silver gapped up and then came in and just found that level of support perfectly. I talk about this a lot when I'm looking at charts. So
and I'm sure
Patrick.
I'm sure you're going to talk about it a lot right now. So I'll let you go, and I'll try to get back at about 5:02 to let you get prepared to whatever you got to do at 1. Okay.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay, Steve. Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh yes, Patrick. Yesterday I was so tired of silver not doing anything. I was in PSLV and I added some more, so I had pretty good size. And then that little thing right there just took me out. I said, I'm not sticking around. It was in no man's land on the daily. And I thought, I'm not going to ride it down to the 50. But I'll say this, you know, PSLV silver's commodity. And sometimes these commodities, they're just a little weird when it comes to the moving averages. I've noticed that I cannot rely on my personal specific favorite indicators when it comes to that. Let's see. Yeah, it's not working in my favor either. Oh, I don't know why I bought this. Actually, I do know why. I saw it on somebody I like on Twitter posted the chart. I put a price alert on it. And boy, speaking of silly me, I didn't wait for it to clear that 130 that I was just talking about, that 5-day moving average. And so the sellers hopped in there. Now I'm underwater. I'm going to have to see what happens. Hopefully we don't have another horrible trade moment live. Regardless, let's see. Hello, everybody. So, yeah, Barry making some trades in silver. I love it. You know, he was talking about the large cap stuff that Barry's focused on, and I was going to quickly pivot to the dailies on the Qs and the spiders. They're just breaking away. They're just beautiful charts. You know, you'd be crazy to short these things. However, when you look at the 2000, Russell 2000, totally different story. And what that's telling me is that the small cap stocks are just not participating in this rally. So we got IWM actually close to going to lows here, small caps. Probably got a few more small caps than I care to admit to. Again, I don't know if I want to stick around in this thing. I'm going to have to give it a little bit of time. I kind of thought this was a pivot level here. It is a pivot level, the 70, but it's not staying above 70. And I really don't like being in stocks under $1. I'm going to watch it, though. So that was kind of the key that I noticed coming into the day or into the session here is the Russell 2000 small caps are not playing ball. And this one here is, that's why I'm saying, looking at the bigger picture, I can't give small cap stocks too much leeway right now. So I think I might just put a price alert in here just to let me know if it does hit that area. And I might just have to say no thanks if it doesn't work. I don't like that rejection. Now, on the good side of things, I'm participating in Game. Game has become a trade around for me. I'll tell you, I was not in. I did participate in that, and that was fun. But all this, I just watched. I think I tried a little bit there, paper cut, got out, didn't do anything. And then we had that second weekend where the Roaring Kitty did something again, played the Uno card, to be specific. And I woke up and I said, "Oh, my God, look at this thing." And then it just immediately went red. I thought, okay, well, that's sad. And then the next day, held on to a doji. And then day 3, all of a sudden, I thought, this is interesting. Maybe I'll take a shot here. So I took a shot yesterday, and I added to it a little bit. So I'm riding this little wave here. I don't know what's going to come of it. I guess I'm not wanting to miss out on what's going on out there. I'm just go price alert and beat. It's probably going down. Yeah, let's put that down here. What else? Okay, so Bitcoin is doing some interesting things here. This is a 4-hour chart. Oh, now it's pulling back. Boy, it was really close earlier to breaking out to new all-time highs, and Andy showed me Mara, which I also bought with him. So barely in the money on this one from right about here. Going to need to hold that rising 10 SMA for me. But nice to see Game over here on the short squeeze list. ASTS, this was actually a Holly call way back here, I believe. That's been a good one. I'm also in SunPower. Why? Because it's on my short squeeze list. And I was in since yesterday. Got in here and kind of held on through the close. Nicely moving higher. It got through its 5-day moving average, and now this rising SM10 SMA is hopefully guiding the price. But 88% short. If that's correct, this thing could have a moment because the market's making new highs. Yesterday, solar stocks were moving higher. Take a look at the solar ETF of TAN. Not doing a whole lot, but it's just consolidating. So that's another position. I am also in DJT. I bought it yesterday off of the 50-day moving average. If it cannot hold this 50-day moving average level, then I will get out. I also doubled up in DJT warrants because those have a little different price chart. There's something more buoyant about the warrants. Oh, we got the first day too of the 50. So DJT, the common stock, is actually bouncing off its 50, but the warrants, they seem to be kind of immune to something. And so as long as the price action stays strong in them, I've actually been in them since down here. What else am I in? I think I showed you Mara. Oh gosh, I'm in SMR, and I took half profits yesterday. So I'm now SMR, if you guys remember, was the one that just roiled me live and got me to cuss live in Barry's room. I got my money back just trading around this thing, trading around, watching it. What does that mean, trading around? It's on my watch list. I'm watching it every day and seeing what it's doing, and made some money back in these 2 days, and then was not interested at all. And then this day right here, I thought, boy, it's a pretty big fall. I'm going to take a shot here on this trend line. So I've been in SMR since down here, and I sold half yesterday right there. And I'm trying to let my other half work. So we worked through this pinch play. So all systems are still kind of grinding higher for me. So now I'm actually in the money on SMR. Oh, I'm definitely in Beat. Beat is my holding. This is a holding. It's an investment. It's not a trade. It's not a swing trade. It's an investment. It's a story. And I'm just trying to see if the story works out. It's a technology company that's getting a lot of cool patents for healthcare and cardiac. What else? So that's pretty much it. SPWR. I'd like to see this thing needs to hold that moving average right there. This little silly stock. Okay, MNTS is popping back into play for me. I literally follow a guy as a friend of mine on Twitter, and he posts charts in the evening. And I'll type his name. Day trader. He knows what he's doing. He's got a good eye. That's his X Twitter handle, and he'll post his charts that he's doing homework. And sometimes I'm sitting in bed and flipping through, and I'm like, "Ooh, I don't want to lose track of that one." So I'll get up, come out, set a price alert, because otherwise I can write it down on a piece of paper. That's not going to work. Price alert forces me to look at the stock at the moment I set the price alert trigger. So I decided, yeah, why not? Let's give this thing a try. I was in HYMC, and I'm so glad I listened to my signal. I literally got out like halfway through the day on this thing. See how it was bleeding? And it just took way too long for it to do anything. And so this was the last line of defense, 50-day moving average. This is a silver mining company associated with AMC. And I thought, wow, with AMC and game running, you know, AMC invests in this. I thought maybe there'd be some spillover. And the symbol shows up a lot in those Reddit memer stocks, but this story was not confirmed by the chart. So boy, I've saved myself a lot of money just saying I got to pull it was not a loss. It was just a tie up of capital, as it just did nothing. And that was the area it had to go. And it didn't. So didn't hesitate, got out. Not in that one anymore. Now, I have another account that is not my 401k. My 401k is pretty much what I trade mainly. But when I want to short something, I have to go to another account. And there's only one thing that I am not bullish on in terms of an index, and this is it. It's the financials. You guys have seen probably some headlines of banks, some scary stuff out there. And the only thing that's as ugly as the IWM that can't get its out of its own way and fighting its moving averages is the XLF. And the XLF is now coming right here back to challenge its 50-day moving average. And if it breaks below and closes below this 50-day moving average, like something like that, that would be technically horrific for the financials. So since I like to play levered ETFs on the opposite direction, I cannot buy those. As much as I would try in my 401k, they're going to reject the order every time. Can't do it. So FAS, Financial Direxion Bear Triple. So I get triple leverage on the financials. So I'm literally actually pretty heavy in this position in another account. We could call it a hedge right now because of all the longs that I just showed you I'm in. But I'm hedging because if all of a sudden things get weak and the financials just absolutely puke, it'll offset some of the long profits I have in open profit positions over here in my 401k. So I'm kind of money manager Steve over here playing, portfolio management techniques. Notice, if you will, I'll go back to XLF, the daily chart. Okay. Just a wedge, a major wedge. And if that were to break, I'm pretty much guessing, because I'm not waiting for confirmation here. I'm literally guessing on this trade, and I would probably add to it if I got that close that I told you I wanted, a deep close on low red candle below this blue line. Now, if I do the inverse FAZ, same thing, but it's a long looking chart. We're looking for the breakout of this pennant. And it's already broken through. It's 50, but it's hard to judge as a triple. So if that happens and the XLF and the financials and the banks break and we have a problem, if the financials are down 2%, then the FAS will be up 6% because it is a triple levered. This is how I like to play the short side, kind of get in and get out quickly every now and then. So that's the only exposure that I would have, that I do have, that I would consider having right now. All right, game. Look at what's happened here. It's exactly what I need to see. This thing is in play, and it's in play because consolidation hits the 10 SMA, hits the 10 SMA, and now it's trying to go to highs. No concern whatsoever in terms of is the momentum dying in there. That visual imprint on me right there just tells me it is still in play. And we've got relative volume, 1.69. Kind of keeps me in the game. All right, we got a question. Good. I haven't invited questions, but I definitely am inviting questions, especially anybody who's needing help. Don't wait for me to ask for help for something. There we go. I think Wolfhound just kind of did what I said. All right, let's start with Sam. Try to trade stocks like NVAX that are overextended for a short. Do you have any way of finding them? Okay. So we work backwards on something like this. I'm assuming you're talking about 1, 2, 3. We'll call it a 5-day change because that's the filter we're going to have to work with. So NVAX went from 14 to 20. I mean, it did about a 70% jump, we'll call it, okay, in 5 days. So let's start there. In this case, I want to see new lows. So we use an alert window. And we'll start from scratch. And we'll do new low. And I'll even add some other things here, but we're going to start real basic. New low, add alert, and enable the alert. Okay, so new low is our event. But we only want to see that new low on stocks that have changed in 5 days. Bam, there it is, 5-day change percent. We're going to turn on this. We're going to turn off these filters, which are already in there. Okay, 5-day change. We just said that thing moved 70%. Let's call it, we want to see things that have moved 75% in 5 days. Now, of course, Sam, this is a value that you can experiment with. You could turn it down to 50. You could turn it up to 100, whatever you want. But this is our starting point. So the stock's making a new low, like we are here, close to, on something that's been up in the last 5 days at least 75%. Now, it's going to show you up here. Down here, it might not satisfy that filter anymore because it might be less than 75%. So keep that in mind. But up here on the open, it's going to start making new lows quickly, and it checks the filter. Is it up 75% in 5 days? Yes. Then show the alert. So that's really the easiest way to see something like that. Now, from there, we could add a couple things. What I would add is I'd like to know if it breaks that 10 SMA, just like it did right there. It didn't necessarily do it on this one, and that would also mean you wouldn't see it until down here. So let's just see what happens here. Let's just hit OK on this and see how many results we get and what they look like. Oh, okay. I've got to definitely put some volume filters in there. Price, $5 and higher. Volume today, 100,000 shares. Average daily volume never really hurts. But let's just start with that. Okay, now we're going to get some different charts. There we go. What else do we have today? LPA. Okay. Not a lot of good stuff. I want to continue to add a few things. So I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to add that filter of breaking the 10 SMA. We could even use the 130, but I'll use the 10 SMA on a 15-minute period. You could even use 5 if you wanted. I'll add that filter and say it's got to be below it. So that means negative 0.01 below. Click OK. Now we might start getting some different stuff. It's mostly Summit and MLGO. That's probably the way I would approach it, Sam. NVAX yesterday, if we go back to NVAX yesterday. Okay, we could add a gap. We could try that too. We could configure and add a gap filter. I'm going to turn down that 5-day. So it has to gap up, at least 10%. And let's turn this change in 5 days down to maybe 50%. Just to try and get some different looks. Here's that LPA. Let's do history yesterday. See if it gave us anything interesting yesterday. Or all. Game was in there. Okay, so it gave us game on this day. That's kind of, Sam, that's the way I would approach it with those types of filters, at least. Let me go back to real time. But I'll just give you that starting point. That's my initial thought on how you would approach something like that. And I'll just drop that cloud link in there. Okay, let me look at a couple of positions here. GameStop's holding. SunPower's threatening. SMR, right back to the pinch point on that one. What's the NASDAQ doing? It's holding up. SPY's bleeding. What's Mara doing? Yeah, okay. That's because I took my eye off Bitcoin. Yep, not doing a whole lot there. So I'd like to know if Mara goes back to lows. I'll put a price alert in there just to grab my awareness. It's another way to use price alerts. There's my FAS going to highs. So, all right, look at my hedge account. My hedge is starting to work in the other short account. And my longs are starting to bleed a little bit. That's all to be expected. Oh, that MNTS is not doing anything really. BJT bleeding a little bit. Okay, your turn, Wolfhound. Steve, how do I create my liked scan without leaving my layout? Okay, so what we need to do is you would create a new top list window. And in that top list window, I think it's just going to default to, forget prices. You don't even need price. Forget average. You don't need any of it. You don't need any filters because all you're going to do is start with a top list with blank filters and then go to symbol list. And you'll see it's got my liked over here already, but you might not see that there. So what you have to do is go to the main window tree and look for the one that's called my liked. My liked, personal. Okay, and then you checkbox that. So now the only symbols that are coming through here are the ones that are in my liked. Now in columns, we can set, the things we don't want to see. You can just create simple columns. And then from there, you've got this list, but these are my liked, okay? So the way in which you add symbols to them are clicking the heart symbol up here. So if I wanted to look at PayPal and I wanted to put PayPal on my watch list, my liked, your question is, how do I do it without leaving my layout? So here it is. You've got that top list working. You come up here and you go hearts. And that's it. Within 30 seconds, PayPal will populate on there. And depending upon how you have it sorted today, you will see PayPal on there. And to turn it off, you simply unclick the heart. All right, hope that helps, Wolfhound. Just a simple oops, topless with no filters. Okay, let's see. Let me grab that. Yeah. It's still working. Okay, you're all right, Wolfhound. Great. I'm glad that resonated with you. And then, of course, once you build that, anytime you could change or configure something, save your layout and update your default layout so it's working for you. Game and SunPower are still holding for me, but those are kind of wild short squeeze plays. It's that Mara. It's because Bitcoin got close to highs and then retreated, and so these blockchain mining companies kind of follow suit. All right, looks like we're caught up on questions. If anybody has any direction they want to discuss, a chart you want me to look at, we can take a look at the AI trades. I don't know. I looked earlier. I didn't see much. This REPL was kind of interesting. Why am I not seeing that order? There we go. AI. So it's in the money. And if I was long this REPL by way of the AI telling me so, very simple. The AI cannot manage the trade as well as we, the human, can. And all you have to do is just use what I use anyway, or something that makes sense to you. The simple moving average, the 10 SMA, tells me the stock is in momentum. Now, it's definitely broken through there, which is a good sign, and it's still close to highs. It is running into resistance, so to speak. So the very first candle that closes, not trades, but closes at 15 minutes after, or in 4 minutes here, if that candle were to close in 4 minutes below this line, that's my exit. That's as simple as I can make it and teach it. And more often than not, when you adhere to that, just like I did when I was talking about HYMC on a daily chart, there was my signal candle on the daily chart. It was actually half midway through the day. I said, I'm not sticking around for this. I've waited too long. It's held 2 or 3 days in a row. Now it's breaking midday. Just get me out. And I look back and I'm just like, whew, dodged a bullet there, all because you have a set plan of when to say enough. It's not working. So that's how I would have handled that. That and any AI trade for that matter. You've got to stay in momentum. Nice. SPWR did exactly what I was just talking about. It tested, it never closed, hopefully 3 minutes. Ideally, it pushes through and gets a new 1 hour high here. I'm actually sitting with an offer above, I think. Let's see. Let me check my orders. I am selling some at 365. So we'll take this price alert. We'll go 365. And I know if that triggers that, I got to sail off. I took it like I looked at the morning high and I added 10 cents to it. And that's what I talk about, taking profits while you can, while you get the best price possible in the moment where you've got what everybody else is screaming and reaching up to get. Those are very satisfying exits, in small pieces. It's not the entire piece, it's 1/3. So maybe I'll get that. This XLF's got a long day ahead of us still, but it's really flirting. Let's go through some of these. This was the pullback to the 10 SMA. I did a video on it. Oh, you know what? It's okay. Okay, I need to fix this right now. Time frame, use historical data. That's not correct. And I saw this earlier. Live always. That's it? Only that one stock? Okay. Regardless, what I need to do here, by the way, is resave my layout. So that change that I just made, because I didn't stick it before, is getting me back to live. I need to see what's live on there. So update my default layout. Okay, now this thing will update in real time. But there's not much on there. Interestingly enough, TAN is the solar ETF, and I am long SPWR. SPWR is holding strong. Wow, the mania. I'm going to do a video on this too, guys, and meaning sectors. I've got a list of ideas and sectors, and TAN was at the top of the list yesterday. It's at the bottom of the list today. Kind of typical. But it's important to know what stock you have, what sector it pertains to. And then from there, it's important to keep an eye on the ETF of that sector. And secondarily, it's even important to keep an eye on the leader of that sector, which would be like First Solar, you know, in this particular one. Dog, can you change the color of the candles? I believe we can. I've never done it, but what we do is we go to a chart type, I believe, chart style, and candlestick. Hang on a second. Okay, here you go. Let me walk you through it again. So make sure you're in the browser interface, but for the most part, I believe, right click and you go to chart style, second tab, colors, and then you've got up candle, color grid, down candle, color grid. Should be good to just make that work from there, dog. Okay, so those stocks don't look quite like I am looking for. Yeah, I didn't really see something I was looking for either. Let me go back and think about another perspective. What was it again? NVAX. Okay, so let me go back, copy link address, and reopen what we had. Let's try some other things here. No, that's not what I wanted to see. Hang on. Okay. It's not that big of a loss. I'm going to put a stop in down here. I need to cancel that. Look, I just want to show you. Look at these. There's just a real frustration of a non-breakout. And so I'm not going to give this personality of this stock a whole lot more credibility here. So I can set a stop. Call it 2064. And that's just the most I want to deal with. Okay, back to NVAX. Don't know what time frame to search for them, but you see the time. Yeah, I'm looking at the NVAX over and over. I mean, you were looking for it yesterday, I think you said, right? Okay, so let's forget the gap. What do we have here again? Let's go back to configure. To be below the 10 SMA on the 15-minute, which it is, but I want it to be above the 10 SMA on the daily. Okay. Change in 5 days, maybe we'll bring that down to like 30%. Forget the gap. Let's see what we get now. I'm getting some different names. Ooh, I think this might be more what you're looking for, Sam. On the daily chart here, bang, 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 roll over. Let's see what else we got. I think you're going to like this one much better. I'm just going to go and give it to you. Give you the updated version here. I think I wasn't looking at yesterday. I was looking at today, and I think that didn't really help. So take a look at the history on that. Yeah, that has the look, doesn't it? That looks a lot better. Okay. Iris, I'm going to do a video on the sector scanner probably in a day or two, and it's complex because I have all these symbols in here. And so there'll be an email that goes out, and the email will include the symbols, but there is no, I mean, I'll give you this. It's just that you have to add your own symbols to them. That's the shell, if you will, of the top list I'm using. But you got to go back and add the symbols. I mean, I'll leave this open if you want to write them down, but you got to create your own symbol list and then point that symbol list towards it. What's this Kava that just came through? And by the way, what this pullback to the 10 SMA is looking for is, oh yeah, I didn't think Bitcoin was near all-time high. I'm sorry, I thought it was near a recent high. Thank you for the qualification, Andy. When I say all-time high, I was caught up on the 4-hour chart I'm looking at here, and it was close enough, so I was kind of looking at that area. Oh, and now it's failing. So Mara is probably going to just trigger and get me out. Oh God, it was close right there. I'm done, Andy. I'm done playing these things. I'm so sick of these fish bone. It looks like a fish bone. Gosh dang hair comb. What's the point? They have no interest whatsoever. And I might even go out on a limb and say that the underlying current in these things is the margin profits that they now have to suffer because of the halving. You know, I heard that, you know, that's really going to throw out the low margin players, and only the big margin players are going to stay, but they've got to figure out a way to make, you know, money with that after the halving. And I'm just going to guess that maybe that's the reason these charts just can't get out of their own way. Iris, what you have to do is you have to build a new symbol list. You have to just go new, create new symbol list, and just call that your sector list, you know, and from there, you just start typing, you know, symbol, then enter, symbol, then enter, symbol, then enter, and then you've got your symbol list set, and then you have to point this symbol list towards it. Your personal list. I called mine ETF, but you got to go find your list and then make this symbol list only that checkbox, which only shows you those ETFs. And from there, I double click change from the open so I can see change from the open. It's all about gold miners and silver, just like Barry talked about when he first came on today. So, oh, tan will go back to lows. That's not going to, I hope that doesn't hurt my sun power. God, it is going to hurt my sun power. Just can't get any traction here. Now I got this. See, NASDAQ and SPY is rolling over, which makes me feel like longs are short-lived at this moment. Okay, these solars are just, they're not getting out of their own way. Yeah, that's not what I want to see. Goodbye. I don't need that. Still had a profit in there. I wanted to just preserve it. Mara. Oh, it came so it came so close to my stop and bounced. No reason to adjust that. I'm just going to let that sit. If it wants to go back and take that out, then it's going lower, in my opinion. But again, just you have to pay attention to the personality of some of these things. And every time they try to go, they get reversed. And I'm just kind of tired of playing these things, quite honestly. Where is the symbol? It's right click. What do you mean, where's the symbol? You can add whatever symbols you want. You can look at my screen and you can use those if you want, or you can go and grab your own list of ETFs. But this is just a list of sector ETFs. But once you've got that symbol list, yeah, you right click and you go to configure. Iris, I don't know what to say. It's a symbol. It's go to the documentation and look how to create a symbol list. Tools, options, symbol list. You have to create one. You have to go to tools and symbol list. You have to create a new list. These are all my lists. Once you've created the list of ETFs, these are the ones that I use. I'll just go ahead and drop them in there, but it's not going to do any good because they're all going to be smushed together. So you got it. Good. Okay. It's hard to catch the context sometimes in the chat of what you couldn't see or not see. Okay. Oh, don't worry about about me in trades. It doesn't bother me. It just it is what it is. Thank God, game is holding up for me. But I am getting some bleeding in some other. And see, I don't like that at all. Okay, it's time for you to go too. Now, one of the reasons I'm getting antsy, you see this, guys? We had 2 strong days. Now we're getting these signal candles rolling over. We're starting to run out of momentum, and the people are taking profits. And I'm starting to just say, what do I have left to take that I want to take? That Mara has a stop in it. I'm not worried about that. Oh, this MNTS just might be a bad idea altogether. I think it was. To do with that one. I'm not happy with the way it's not working. Goodbye. No. one's gone. So I'm thinning out of a lot. Why am I thinning out of a lot? Look at this again, the 15-minute chart we've got for like 3 or 4 candles now, just bleeding underneath the momentum. And now it's just, it shows up in your individual trades, whether you like it or not. They're going to start to erode. Mara's got a stop. I'll just let the stop hit in that one. But yeah, a little bit of damage there midday as the markets just ran out of steam. And that's how it goes. However, XLF is extremely weak, which means my FAS is giving me profits in my other account a little bit. But curiously, this GameStop doesn't care about what the market's doing. I think it's doing its own thing. And DJT. As long as DJT stays above this blue line, I've got this blue line there to manage and say, got to hold where it held the last couple of days. If that triggers, then I have to evaluate that trade. I am not selling Beat. That's a holding. That's an investment. So I'll just suffer whatever that deals me. Did Mara bounce? Ooh, it's trying to. I got myself on. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little tricky. I'm going to lower that just a little bit more. A couple more ticks lower. So now I'm at 2060. Okay, that's enough space for me to see if that's the worst of it. Otherwise, I'll take the lump. And again, I look at this daily chart. Same thing with Riot. Can't get out of its own way. Hive actually tried, but it's getting stymied now. CIFR is another one. Can't get out of its own way. Okay, hello, Peter. What do I think of NEP? Gosh, you know what? It's starting to bleed. It looked good into yesterday, but the moving average is crossing over. And, if it can't get above, look at the 5-day that I talk about all the time here. Okay, what I was saying was the 5-day, 2 days in a row here, this 5-day moving average can't get back above it. So it's kind of under pressure, Peter, is what I'm getting at. It's kind of under pressure. And on the daily chart, if it closes down here in this area where it is right now, it's kind of dripping. It's like a water drip below, this 20-day moving average, and it's a close. Whereas yesterday and the day before, it threatened but closed above. So that's why I keep saying it's all about the closing price. That's why sometimes you can get a real early escape. I'll go back to HYMC. I got a real early escape at HYMC because it bled below. And I even broke my rules and got out midday because I was already pretty much over it. The other one you asked about is NNE. That looks better, Peter. That looks better. I like how it had nice 2.5 days of pullback. New issue. It bounced off the 10-day for the most part. The 20-day starting to come in. I mean, we shift to the midday. Look at how the 5-day played. It was support, resistance, resistance. Now it's support again. Now it's starting to take off using my 10 SMA. So this one is much better than the first one you showed me, in my opinion. It's going to be more volatile. There's less shares. It's a small float. But as long as it stays above this little rising 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, it's in play. Andy, a little bit. Trying. All right, Patrick. Suffering with you and Beat. Feel free just taking a few more of this here. Yeah, again, since I have labeled and cataloged it, and I've also traded around it. And what do I mean by that? It means that, trust me, I did take some profits up here. But guess what? I bought some back here. So I'm kind of back in the same position, but I'm I don't mind doing that, taking profits on big moves. And then I know I'm watching it every day, so I can see a spot that makes sense to where my eye says, it might be time to just game on new highs. This one's single-handedly keeping my portfolio from being bad today. Don't tell Michael, Barry. If you guys saw the podcast, we kind of politely disagreed on what's happening out there. I think there's something going on. Michael thinks we're all crazy. There's nothing going on. There's no such thing as naked shorts, and it's just the market. But I beg to differ. I see things that make me scratch my head and say, there's something going on here. Almost seems like somebody might be trapped in here because of the vicious up moves. Vicious up moves come out of fear. Let's see if we're caught up on questions. I know that Iris, that's why I didn't want to type those ETFs, because it's just gibberish. They don't come through in spaces. So, you're welcome to email me, and I can email you the list of those, but you're going to have to drop them in your own symbol list yourself. It's a user function that has to be done on your end. These are all my short squeezes. I can only trade so many, but if the name is on here, it's squeezing. Oh, here's a perfect example of my day and a half theory. Look at this. Here's day one, and here's day half. Midday, you get a nice push in the open, and then midday comes around, and people like me start to say, it'd be kind of nice to book those profits. So what's this called? This is my signal candle. If you had sold on that candle there, I'm betting for the most part, you might be just happy that that was the spot you finally took your profits. Do that all the time when I'm trying to figure out when and what to do. Yeah, DJT really can't get out of its own way, but weirdly enough, the warrants are totally different. Warrants are up. They're green. DJT's down 1.5%. Very weird. So all of a sudden, we got more names popping in here, the pullback to the 10 SMA. So you can see on the daily chart, all this scan is these are strong stocks, but they're pulling back to the 10 daily. And sometimes this can be an entry point if you like to swing trade off the 10 daily. They're all going to look like that. No, not that one. All right, well, I'm a couple more minutes. If you guys have something you wanted to ask or need help with, speak now. Game has earnings on the 11th, but I'm kind of thinking the earnings aren't going to do much to move it. Hey, Steve, did you stop trading MindMed? Yes, I did. And talk about trade arounds. And I did not jump back in yesterday for the simple reason, and I think I talked about this, when a stock has bad news, which they did, it takes more than one day to just like have a turnaround. You got to have a few days to get people to slowly get squeezed out. And it's now in no man's land. It's broken. It's below all moving averages. So I have zero position in MindMed. There's Mara trying to hang in there for me. Survived a arbitrary stop for now. But I need Bitcoin to get back to highs. Yeah, also CYBN was another one I would play around with MindMed. Look at how it's sympathetically gapped down with it. So that play is off the table. And quite honestly, I'll tell you something. In the back of my mind, I always kind of knew that you were fighting the regulatory currents when it comes to this kind of stuff, because you're basically asking to unseat big pharma and all their money and their lobbying. And that's not an easy task. So in the back of my mind, I love the story. I wish it would work, but it only will work for me if the stock can get back above its 50-day moving average. They're going to find reasons to derail these things, perhaps. Perfect circle. You kind of just said what I said. Yeah, we have issues with this. Let's delay that. We don't really want to hurt our friends at Pfizer. Yeah, we're on the same page. So I don't trust that. Just like I'm not trusting the Bitcoin miners, as I was saying a moment ago. They're having a hard time, I think, with that halving and making good profit margins. But I've drawn the line in the sand. I've got a trading plan for Mara. It'll be a small paper cut loss if I don't get it. There he is.
Yeah, the creaking of the chair.
I heard that.
Mm-hmm. So you may go.
Yeah.
I was listening to you talking about Mara and Bitcoin and all that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, but I thought if you're in this for the longer term, I mean, Bitcoin's it's not at the high anymore, but it's still really close.
Yeah, I'm not in anything for the longer term except that one trade that I have. Everything else
really?
Can be cut at any moment. Yeah. Like I was just explaining with MindMed, I didn't marry myself to that like Michael did. Cough, cough. I'm always going to play the chart, except for one trade I like this company beat.
Right. That is
that's
your investment. So
that's
you
my
were
investment.
into the day and a half and that's it.
A day and a half. Just like I was showing in that other, I don't remember what stock it was. I think it was one of these short squeezers. But that's it. I just like my day and a half. Get in, get out.
So I mean, you're a pseudo day trader. Pseudo, I would call you. Day and a half day trader. I mean,
swing scalper, a swing scalper.
A swing scalper. Okay, SS. Okay, yeah. Swing scalper. Ooh, better not say SS. That's
scalp. Okay.
Okay, Steve, you can take off.
I day trade daily charts.
Okay.
That's the way to put it.
Cool.
All right. I got to run.
Thanks.
See you.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, I am back in both rooms now. Yes. Get my music going. Okay. Okay, guys. So what I'm doing now, and I think I just had an alert for GH. Is that right? I had an alert for GH. I'm actually a little bit excited about seeing what happens now, especially on the downside. I mean, if we just keep moving down, the large cap losers from the start of the race should, in theory, start to produce. No, I did trying to figure out why I had here it is, GH. Okay. So yeah, you can see that this is what I was looking at right there. So I mean, this has a lot of room underneath GH. The next low looking left is wow, 27.25. That's about $1.50 away, from the current price. Let's see if I can get some. All right, guys, I took some of this GH. Next low looking left on the 15 is 28.69. Not saying it's going to get there, but took some of this GH on a short. And again, that came from It came from this race here. Okay, the large cap losers. Okay, this came. I don't see it here. I guess it never won a race, but you don't have to wait for something to win a race, in order to take a look at it. And some stocks may never win a race, but they could still be good in terms of either a short or a long. I mean, they could finish second 100 times. Well, not 100 times, but they could finish second many, many times, not make it into the top 10. Doesn't mean, it's not worthwhile looking at. So the GH was, here it is. There it is right there. I knew I'd seen it. Yeah, what to say about GME? I mean, that 40 level is getting closer and closer. That little magnet up here, $41 or so. 40.50 actually is the high. And you know what I was noticing? Not right now, but some of the ones that were winning, like leading the race up here. There was gold, EGO, there was GDXU, there was another silver play. So the precious metals were all kind of leading. Not now. Don't talk to me about VTYX. I mean, that is just a massive miss. There was the alert on the 10-day daily breakdown at 410, 319 now. Wow. I mean, that is just a massive percentage move. But as I said, I was going to concentrate more on the large cappers today, so I'm not going to beat myself up too much. GME just made another new high for the day. I don't really know, Erica. I mean, I'm concentrating now on the biggest large cap gainers and losers right now. I mean, if I would say still, I mean, if I had to, the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts, those are probably my favorite scans. But of course, these other ones are top lists, more like top lists. So my favorite scans are probably the breakouts and the breakdowns, the 10-day. And when I don't want to say bored, obviously the momentum scan. I mean, the momentum scan can keep me busy. Not so much that I'm trading it, but I can at least alert people to opportunities. The momentum scan because of the nature of it. Oh, Edgard. Oh yeah, sorry, I did see it. So Edgard, yeah, that disappeared. The best I can do for you would be 25% if you want. I can that disappeared on May 31st. I cannot generate a 28%. So if you're still around, I can get you 25. Oh, he's not here. Okay. Yeah, I mean the volume is still great. The volume is still picking up, in fact. And I'm talking about the for GME. Now it's funny, guys. I was looking at Lyft before I took my break as a potential short. Didn't take it, but well, it would have been, would have got about 20 cents out of it. Looks like it wants to lift a little bit right now, though, and it looks like it's working with the market. You can see that we got a nice green bar here, sort of lifting with the market. How's AMC doing? My feeling is that it's just completely lagging. No, it's okay. It's moving a bit, but it's not. It doesn't have the same, to me anyway, the same look as GME does. I mean, look, if it takes out, if AMC can somehow take out this 570 at some point, then you've got the 200-day on top of it. But meanwhile, I'll just muddle along with also with my GH short. Oh, not muddling around too much anymore, guys. This is now turning into a decent little play. Oh, I'm loving this. I'm really, really, really liking this, guys. Watching these large cappers. I mean, they're not rocket ships, but when they start getting, especially now in the afternoon, where we get a little more of a, to me anyway, a bit more of a trend. Holy smokes, guys! This is turning into just a great, great, great short. So you can see there was my alert price at 29.75. I got in just a little bit under that, and I've just taken. Well, no, I thought I know I haven't taken. I was trying to take some off at 40, but then it dropped. Okay, I'm out. I'm out some at 40 now, and 36 to 40. Talking about the GH. It's all about the room, guys. I mean, when I look left, how much room do I think it has before it hits any sort of resistance or support? In this case, on a short, and to me, it just had a ton of room. So that that's what got me interested. Meanwhile, VTYX, another move down. Lots of shares were available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, the next low looking left looks like it's 2, on the weekly chart. Morning, Nestor. Or yeah, it's still morning. Yeah, still morning for me. So this one has bucked the trend. This, it's not been smooth up, but it's definitely been up all day. CWAN, again, compared to the SPY, which has just been, well, now, I mean, the trend is down. I mean, we've got 30 minutes of up, but let's see if that remains. I was sort of looking at reshorting NVAX, but I think I'll just hold off. Yeah, totally out of the GH now, guys. Totally out of it. Well, I see PAS is still strong. PAAS. I'm not in that anymore, but it is still strong. So if you're still in this one, I mean, 22 is the next high. 2202 is the next high, and just have a look at silver. So this is actually, yeah, I mean, it's sort of it's still tracking the SLV. Here's my GH, but I'm out of it now. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing too much. I'm just going to keep scouring these, especially the losers. I mean, I'm not trusting this pull up yet. Okay, unless we get closes up here, and then we get another green bar, maybe closing up here. That might be a nice rally for the day, but right now I'm not quite trusting, going long anything right now. Pfizer, PFE. So man, it's been yeah, to me it's just a little too close. That high, that low looking left, a little bit too close. How much is the displacement you're looking for each share? I mean, 10 cents, 20. I don't understand the question, Nestor. Exactly. I don't quite understand the question, the displacement you were looking for each share. You talking about risk reward, or I'm not sure I understand. Well, no, I'm not looking at a percent. It's always a ratio. Okay. So I'm always looking at the minimum I would like is 1 for 2. Okay. So it's not 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents. It's a ratio always. Yeah. So it's not. So if I've risked, the PAAS trade was maybe a great example. Got in this one at 21.05. I had a 5 cent stop. Okay, I had a 5 cent stop, a nickel stop. I took some out at 20. That's a 4 to 1, and I took out a lot up a lot, in the 40s. So I mean that was like an 8 to 1. Okay, so it's not 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents. It's more it's the ratio. I just happened to have a really nice tight stop on the PAAS, and it worked out great. But when I go into a trade, I want to see if I can make at least a 1 for 2. Okay, if that makes sense. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it, of course, but I mean that's why I'm always looking left. Look left, look left, look left on the daily chart, the weekly chart. So even when I looked left on PAAS, I saw that it was 21.32 was the high that it may have stalled at, right? Well, with a nickel stop at 21, that's still far enough away. Ooh, what happened here? Here we go. See, for instance, I would not take this short FLNC. It looks interesting, but when I look left, 28.83, that's what, 16 cents away. It's not, well, look at this. It's not far enough away for me to take a short like that. Well, every stop is different, Nestor. I'm not based, I don't have like a 5 cent stop on every trade or a 10 cent stop on every trade or a 12 or every stop will be different. It's all based on what I see on a chart. Okay. So in that particular case, for me, a whole number break was going to get me out. Okay, for me on that one. But the next time I look at something, maybe it's a 12 cent stop, maybe it's a 25 cent stop. But if it's a 25 cent stop, then I have to be able to look left and see that it could keep going at least 50 cents for me before it hit any sort of resistance. Okay, so I was just using PAAS as an example. But that's not, and that's actually not normal for me to have that tight a stop. But wow, do I remember Amet? Sort of rings a bell, Dak. Sort of. Yeah, no, no idea. Well, I'm going to try to induce this. I mean, I'm going to do something. I'm going to put an alert at 40. Why not? For GME right here. Hi, that's 4050. I'll put an alert right up at 4051. Boy, there's still a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 2.5 million. So they're still there. Nobody is quite trying to short this yet. Anyway, I shouldn't say nobody. I'm just talking about Interactive Brokers. I think at one point there might have been 2.7 million. So maybe a couple 100,000 have been snapped up, but they can't be too happy yet. No, doesn't look like there's a contest this month, Stephen. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I actually thought we'd have a contest every month, but evidently we're not. I do recall that commentary very well, Shady. This is this 40 level is to me obviously a pretty key level. This is basically the price it was when they did their forward split. Okay, because it was at $160. They did a 1 for 4, and so that wasn't quite 160. It might have been like 157, 158. So this gets back to when they did that forward split. Of course, this day here was way above that, but and here we go. So is hitting the news, scheduled for June the 7th. Good one, Dwayne. Boy, this 40 is just, it's $2 away now. GME has won 18 races today. So, what I used to say about the races is that what you could do is at the end of the day, take the ones like the top 10 as it's automatically created for you, create a watch list and watch them tomorrow. Watch the ones that won all the races today, watch them tomorrow. See what happens. See if there's any continuation or and interestingly, GME had just won this last race here in this one, but this is the large cap. So compared to the large cap stocks, GME has won 18 races. It's only won one race compared to these other ones. All right, guys. JBI. I think I saw JBI earlier. That's right. It was going right into that 200-day moving average. So that has held it up so far. Ooh, VIK. Now let's take a look at this one. Sort of room 29.59. So this has about $1. So this has about $1, guys, underneath VIK. This is an IPO, of course, a few weeks ago. Cruisers on the river. Well, that I would agree, Dwayne. As long as people don't take this diamond hands a little too like never ever 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 sell things like that. But I mean, GME has been an awesome trading vehicle. That's all I look at it as. I don't care about the so-called trillions of naked shorts there are supposedly out there. I don't give a rip about all that. All I care about is that it's a great trading vehicle. All right, well, let's see if this works. All right, guys, I'm just now the only problem I got here is look at the market. So remember I was saying if we get a green bar like this, so this market is might be in bounce mode right now. So I may have to vacate this one, this short for VIK. I'm going to give it just it's basically where I shorted it. So I just want to but the market is rallying here. So well, I mean this I mean I put a thought I was joking by putting a price alert at 40 for GME, but I thought maybe that would be for tomorrow, maybe after hours. But this, I mean, the way it's trading right now, volume is just completely and utterly picking up. Well, guys, that 40 could be a real magnet right now. It's amazing. This should be wild after hours. I mean, if it closes near the highs, if it doesn't have like a huge pullback or anything, it could go wild after hours even. Holding 39 nicely still. I'm talking GME, of course. What time is it now? 1:32. So yeah, so this is all right. So this, I mean, I'm just keep looking at the volume, guys. Keep staring at this volume here. Oh man, that's okay. This is the classic, guys. Just keep putting price alerts in, inducing it upwards. Still hanging on to my VIK short, VIK short. I'm in at 30.56. So this CORZ must be going crazy. I see the CORZ. Z is so the COR. I don't know why it's not sure. It's this probably because no. All right, guys. Well, look, I'm going to keep putting these price alerts. I mean, it could just blast right through 40. Okay, I took myself out of the VIK. Nope. Took a small loss on that one. I'll take a look at it again, maybe, but volume is still good, guys. I mean, the volume is still good. Look at this magnet of 40 right there, right there. Oh, big break. All right. 41. Why not? All right. 42. Why not? So, I mean, now this is over that high right there, which is 40.50. So, I mean, I hate to say, I mean, there's your next magnet, 65.30. Not saying it's getting there, but man. Well, guys, I know well, okay, 43. Why not? Wish it were this easy. Just put price alerts higher and it just acts as a magnet to get them up there. So, you want a cheaper version. There's cost guys, but I mean, this is not as KOSS. This also was one of those original meme stocks on the day of. But I mean, I'm not trying to compare it to GME, but only in that it went crazy the same week that GME did. It actually even went crazier, if you can believe it, on a percentage basis. GME is now halted. So let's see where it could. This is yeah, interesting. There are nothing. I almost thought this was a news halt because there's nothing here. There's nothing here in this column that's giving us an idea about where it could open. Really, at Interactive Brokers, Curtis? Oh, our trade station. Okay. That's strange. I'm not seeing anything. So you're seeing what, 40, what do you say, 42.12? So no big. But guys, it's all about the volume. I mean, look at the volume. The volume has not dwindled at all. I mean, if this had not been halted, it's 141 right now. If this had not been halted at 138, I'm pretty sure this would have been the biggest volume bar of the day. This current 15-minute candle, but it's been halted. I mean, look how close it is to being the largest candle of the day, volume bar of the day, and it got halted at 4 minutes ago. Well, let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. This is 143 plus 14 seconds, so a little more than a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. I still have no clue over here at Interactive Brokers. Interesting that I'm not getting anything, or whereas you guys seem to be getting something, but I'm not getting anything. Again, blue screen, Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is Time and Sales from Interactive Brokers. All right. I believe it's going to open higher, but I have no time. Is it 14 seconds? So another 20 seconds. All right. There's a resumption. And what did it get halted at? 42. So a little bit below, a little bit below. Let's see if it takes it out though, the 42 again. It did not say volatility halt like ours does. Wow, it's all over the place now. But moving higher. Well, okay. Why not? I have an alert set at 43. Boom. Okay. Put one at 44. Marky, if you're going to ask me when the first time we saw GME, is that your question? Yeah, I'm talking in our YouTube room. Many, 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 many scanners. Okay. Many scanners would have seen GME. Thing about GME though is that if you should be thumbnailing this. You should have this as a chart that you're watching, regardless of what any alerts. Sorry. Well, stochastics. This is what we have for stochastics. So we have got this is what we have. 5-minute cross above the 20, 5-minute cross below the 80, 15, both 20 and 80, and 60. That's what we have for stochastics. Okay. Question in our YouTube room. Okay. Am I on mute? Nope. Think something happens on your system, Dwayne. I'm not on mute unless I know people can hear me in YouTube, so but I don't think I know I'm not on mute. Not my mic is on. Aha. Yeah, so now halted on the way down. Oh, I'm sorry, it is not halted on the way down. Excuse me. Computer is even saying, "Whoa, settle down." So look at that, guys. I mean, that volume bar, even though that was halted for 5 minutes out of the 15, okay, biggest volume bar of the day was the previous 15-minute candle, 15-minute. No, no new computer. I just did some fixes. In a good Yes, I am muted. Not now, though. Thank you, Pepe. So yeah, I'm just looking at this UNFI, guys. The UNFI earnings play through the 200-day moving average. This is kind of the one that I would have liked to have seen back here. I probably did see it, but I just didn't believe it would keep moving like this. But this is UNFI, and it has room on the weekly, and it has room on the daily. I think 1541. Sorry, 1541 on the weekly. Now GME is halted on the way down. Well, I thought you had me on mute all the time anyway, Dak. Oh, a Matt. Yes, I remember a Matt. Yes, yes. Now that yes, of course he used to be in here. Yeah, he was a good trader. I don't know what happened to him. Okay, sorry. UNFI, UNFI. I have to see if I want to take this trade. UNFI. And now with the GME, let's see where it could open. I wonder if I'm going to get any idea. Nope, still interesting. Interesting. Nothing. Oh, here we go. So no big clue. I mean, here's the halt, 4018, 4017. So there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. Yeah, I do remember a Matt. Absolutely. I actually thought you were talking about in our Tyler days, but no. Okay, guys, UNFI on the move a little bit. Okay, I'm in this one, but I don't know where. Just a little bit. I'm looking for. I mean, I'm sort of mini scalp mode on this one because I think 40 could stop it. All right, I got to have this up and running. See what happens once this opens. 156.48, 156.48. So about 1 minute and 18 seconds from now, if it's a 5 minute halt, this will open. I wonder if that could break a YouTube record. I'm kidding a little bit regarding his live stream tomorrow. Okay, guys, another 10 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. If it is a 5 minute halt, another 10 seconds. Okay, well, it looks like it's going to be longer. Might be a 10 minute halt. No, it opened. It opened. Sorry, it opened. It just opened a little after. It wasn't quite exactly on the 5 minutes. GME earnings are next week. That's funny, Casa. I mean, you know why I'm saying that. I mean, of course, this is has nothing to do with earnings, but whew, give me a moment, guys. Actually, I'm looking at the VIC again, the VIK. I may reshort it. Just give me a moment. Still in the UNFI, UNFI. Okay, so let me rephrase it then. I mean, no, this run up is not because of earnings, obviously. Okay, you're right though. I mean, if they come out and they don't say they lost $1 billion or $100 million or $50 million, or maybe they even post a profit. Of course, it could help, but obviously, this run up has zero to do with earnings, in my opinion. But it won't hurt if they come out with something that's well positive. Nobody, I have no idea what they're. I know they raised $2 billion or something, and so they've got cash. Sorry, guys. I know I'm screaming around on my chair. Just give me a moment. All right, William. I don't think I don't think you told me when you're going to keep the room open to, if at all. Yeah, but I don't. Okay, I look. I could be completely wrong. I don't think this rally here has anything to do with earnings. Okay, it's an emotional it's an emotional play. People want to, I mean, it's just a stock play. I mean, earnings if they come out and they're good, yeah, it's not going to hurt. But I don't think anybody's buying this because they're expecting blowout earnings. Orish, thank you, William. Well, there's my alert up here, guys. 44.45. See if it takes that out again. Exactly. We're buying it the same reason we're buying it. It's a stock play. Okay, come on, Auntie, make a move for me. It's basically where I'm long. Okay, this is driving me crazy. I don't know why Chorus is not showing up, but the Z is the double Z is, but it's not showing up on my scans, and it's not an earnings thing. It's not the EPS hack. It's not. I've eliminated the symbol lists like to get rid of. Okay, guys, so I will probably be taking off anytime between 2:30 and quarter to 3. So if you have any questions, ask now. Good opportunity. I've got obviously a couple things on the go. I can certainly take time to answer questions if you. Okay, there's the Vic. I'm not let's see. I mean, it still looks good to me. But you see this it's definitely a market. It's definitely following the market. It took me out of the Vic short before because of the market little pop. And now this is starting to follow the market. So with that in mind, I have to, keep an eye on this Unfi short or Unfi long. I mean, it's been trading basically on its move. Sorry, on its earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play, but it's just been trading very nicely. Hasn't really been following the market all day long. What a day, though. Look, I mean, look at this SPY action today. Had a nice move, 45 minutes, and then market opened, big down. Then we had a 30-minute recovery. Then we've been steadily down. Then we had a 1 hour recovery. Now we got one red candle that's almost wiping out the hour. Almost. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Had a interesting call. Just give me a moment. All right, yeah. So we're halted on the way. Well, it got halted on the way down, I guess, and it resumed. So now a lot of profit taking so far. So far. Hey, Unfee. Whew. Okay, guys. So Unfee's making. I mean, look, it's making a little bit of a move for me. I was a little worried about this red bar showing up here, but on the spy, wondering if it would finally start affecting Unfee. How can you short stocks? So this is a question from the YouTube room. Well, you sell it. I don't know how to answer. I mean, have you ever? Do you understand the concept of shorting? DS. I mean, who's your broker? Your broker. You have to have. I can't really even remember what sort of an account you need to short stocks. Is it a margin account? I mean, I just been shorting stocks all my life, it seems. So I don't even know what the designation is. So I mean, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How do you short stocks? You just you pick a price and you sell it at the price and you hope it goes down. You cover it at a lower price to make money. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How can you short stocks? So I mean, I'll bring up our simulator as an example. So if I wanted to short GME right now, okay, 100 shares. This is in our simulator. Well, CMAG, I have no idea. You know, I have no idea with CMAG. None. I can only speak about what I guess I'll call traditional brokers. So I don't know how you short a stock in CMAG or using CMAG. You can't short with Robinhood, really? You must be able to short with Robinhood. Okay, so DS, you understand the mechanics of what to of how to short. I can't tell you how you short using CMAG. Okay, I just can't. I've never had. Have you ever Googled that? I mean, I just why don't you just type in how to short using CMAG, and a bunch of stuff just popped up. Okay. I mean, this is what came up for me. Okay. How to short, there's day trading, how to short locate using CMEG, YouTube. Um, Before you short on CMEG, watch this video. Okay. So I mean, can you short stocks on CMEG? You can short, but so there's a lot of stuff on the internet that you can find out before you phone your broker even. Okay. All right, guys, 218. Well, one last look at my homepage. Man, what a day. Okay, so on my homepage, obviously a way to take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, please use the code. Then the room will get credit. And it's important that the room gets credit because that'll help to keep this room free forever. Okay. You must either get started, 10 short videos covering most of the major aspects of trade ideas. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I think there are about 38 or 37 to 30. I should check one day. Call it 38 videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, all free. Okay, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I think it's a great resource for you. Stock of the day video that I do is free, of course. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are the scans that I am currently sharing. You can see the two races right here. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open and the large cap gainers from the open. Okay, I've renamed it. Okay, but they are the same. And the Hoss resumes is over here, but I have other scans that I am sharing, so you can take a look at these. Well, okay, I can see why it's not showing up here, Pepe, but well, let's take a look. Okay, let's see if it's not even breaking out. Maybe the relative volume is not high enough. Okay, that's the reason. I never thought to look. Yeah, so that's the reason. I don't know why. I just assumed that because CORZZ was up at a 9.5, that cores would be very similar. But thank you. That's the reason. Well, guys, this is starting to turn into, if it gets into the 30s, this would be a really nice trade for me, the UNFI. So, okay, I'm in at 15.19. So, I mean, I'm not doing nothing fabulous yet, but if it gets into the 30s and the next high is 41. So, that is where I'm looking. I'm not thinking it's going to get to 41, but if it gets anywhere into the 30s, I'll probably get out. ILMN is still going. I haven't seen that one all day, I don't think. Wow, that is a really nice one. That's a really, really nice one. Not an earnings play either. Must have some news. This is a really nice one. I didn't see this because most of my scans are maximum of $100. So, but this is a really, I mean, there is a trend. That is exactly what I was looking for maybe one of these ones, or on the downside, one of these ones, which I did not get. And let's see, relative volume 5.9, excellent. That's a big move, 10% for a $158. That's a great move. Okay. Yeah, a really, really good one. It's interesting. I just can't see any news on it. ILMN. I see some upgrades. UBS price target of whoop, wrong one. That was Victoria's Secret. Let me I see a price downgrade, one from 140 down to 122. I see UBS. What am I doing? Why is this showing up? Victoria's Secret here. Okay, I think something's going wrong with my news feed. So just give me a moment. Okay, so yeah, I don't. I don't see any news on this one. Oh, look at Unfi. Well, you know what? Unfi is looking really good in terms of a trend. In fact, it kind of looks like the ILMN. No, I thought maybe they had some connection, but they don't have any connection whatsoever. Unfi is turning into an excellent trade for me, guys. I don't know anybody took it, but I mean, not as exciting as GME, but pay some bills. Definitely keen on this. The big gainers, especially in the afternoon. I mean, look what happened in the morning. A lot of these were just sort of bouncing around. Look at the paths, even. I mean, it is still strong. This is an early one I took. All right, guys. So I'm getting wow. Okay, the Unfi now is coming into that area that I thought might stall it. That 1540 might stall it right here. There's a weekly high right there, 1541. I'm gonna change this up for tomorrow too, guys. I'm gonna get rid of this one, the biggest gainers from the this one. This kind of covers it to a certain extent. Okay, this the relative strength leaders from the close percent kind of covers this, and I'm going to put this. I'm going to put this one in here so we can take a look at the big cap losers and the gainers. Well, I don't know if there's any ideal time. I mean, obviously, the idea had I seen Unfi earlier, technical. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I didn't see it early. Okay, probably. I remember talking about it maybe right around here, but this would have been the ideal take right here, 1465. I'm not in here, but look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the consolidation. Volume was still pretty good. So you could have taken it on that break right there and kept riding it and riding and riding it. I got in at 1519 as a bit of a whim. Okay. I kind of liked the way it looked. I looked left. I said, okay, it's got a little bit of room. But had I seen this earlier, I would have almost for sure taken it right around here, right around the 1464 mark. What I was watching for, I wanted to see if it held 15, number one. Okay. And it was holding 15 nicely. How do you access the sound alert editor? So when you say edit, you just talking about how to put sounds on so for instance, on an alert window, is that what you mean? Talking to Steven in our YouTube room. Hold on your hats, guys. GME back over 40. So when you say the editor, are you talking about this? So if I right click and then I click properties, actions, and then follow this, is that what you mean? Oh, you want to make a custom alert sound. Okay. I think what you have to do, oh, I'm pretty sure this is what you do. So I'm going to set up the sound. I'm going to go to the use custom sound. Okay. Click on the use custom sound, select the sound. So here are the folders. Now on my system, this is where they are. The 3 folders that we have given to you guys, but you can see where it is. I guess if you have to find the trade ideas sounds, okay, the folder that says something like trade ideas sounds. Okay, so go to File Explorer, I guess, and try to find something that says trade ideas sounds, that particular folder. And once you do, and then you can create your sounds and then put it in there, and then it'll just show up as a folder. And I can't tell you exactly how you're going to find this, but I mean, I guess if you just use Explorer, you can find the trade ideas sounds. Okay, the folder, and then just create your and then create a folder. Well, I think you must know what you're doing if you know how to create a custom alert sound. So put them in a folder and then put the folder in here. Okay, I've never done one, so the sounds we've got here are we've got a lot of sounds here. Yeah, so we've got a lot of sounds. So I've just never felt the need to create a custom alert sound, but okay. Okay, Stephen, does that? No, no. You can have a couple. You can have two text to the whole idea of sound alerts. Let me see if I can back this out. Remember the whole. So on my Halls resumes. I mean, I have a sound that I know I attach. That when I hear that sound, I know it's coming from this window. Okay, but it'll read out the ticker name in this particular. Well, actually, that's interesting. Give me a moment. What if I change the sound here? Yeah, no. So the ticker gets read out, in this particular window, the Halls resumes. That's because I've picked text to speech. So you can have two of them, text to speech, either female, and you can have another one male. But I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I must have changed this because I know I used to have it reading out. I think I'll move it back. Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying, Stephen? It's much better to have to have a sound, especially in this one. If you want to hear the ticker name, then it just gets read out. But understand that the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Yes, it will. It'll say halted because of volatility. That's the whole, there we go. The verbose mode. I was just going to say, Pepe, if you use the verbose mode, which I didn't even know we had until a month ago. It'll say, yeah, GME halted, I guess because of volatility, something like that. I must have got rid of it. I thought I know I had it on there before, but I don't know why. No, I removed it on this one because it was over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, I had it on this one. So you do not want to have it on a window that is, I mean, this is active, but it's, there are gaps of 5, 10 minutes. Okay, you would not want to have that verbose on a very active window. Otherwise, it'll drive you crazy. GME guys, GME storming back. This should be really interesting after hours, especially if it gets up to that high. Well, even, you look at it could even have been a VWAP play. I mean, the VWAP is at right now, it's at 3706. It got down to 36, very right around the VWAP area. That's where it bounced, right around the VWAP area. And it could well happen, Luis. It could well happen, breaking this high of the day. Look at the volume. Volume is coming back in to 39. So another 6 minutes for this volume bar. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. I'm exhausted. What a day. So unless there are questions, I will stick around for questions. Otherwise, I will shut down the screen sharing in the main room and put myself on mute. But William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Not YouTube though. I do have to shut down YouTube, but I will put the link for the main room into YouTube so you can head over there if you want. Okay, there is the link to get into our main room. Okay, guys, no questions. So I'm going to head off. So have a great evening. I'll get back on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, now I have to shut you guys down.